pathways to good governance, accountability, responsibility, and role clarity. Today, we gather at CBIT to explore the evolving dynamics of leadership in education. I'm Dr. S. Sumitra. It's a privilege to guide you through this proceedings. I'd like to invite Professor C.B. Narasimhan and it is your duty to welcome Sir with the Sumitra. I'd like to invite Sri Prasanta Mahapadma. I invite onto the dais. I request Rupan to welcome Sir with the Sumitra. I would like to invite Professor Eleven Ravi, the advisor CDC and the convener of today's summit, onto the dais. I request Varshini to welcome Sir with the Summit. To begin this auspicious occasion, we respectfully invite our dignitaries to light the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the arrival of knowledge.
Music కొంచెం మ్యూజిక్ పెట్టుకోండి లైటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ది ల్యాంప్ మ్యూజిక్ ఏదంటే పెట్టాలి అట్లా పర్లేదు పాడతారు కదా కానీ మీకు సైడ్ కొంటారు మీరు అటు దర్శనం ఉంటుంది సార్ ఆ డౌన్ లైక్ క్యాబిన్ ఇక్కడ అంటే ఇవన్నీ
So, invoke the blessings of the Almighty. I invite Ms. Varshini to write the invocation song. I request everybody to please stand up. I consider it my privilege to introduce Dr. C. Yugan, Principal CBIT, a district academic leader with nearly 3 decades of experience in teaching, research, and institutional governance. And senior member of IT. He is the recipient of prestigious recognitions, including Best Principal IC, and the Visionary Leadership CBIT has achieved 11 programs in 11 months towards MBA accreditation, UGC anonymous status extension, NARF ranking, a 4-star MOE rating, and several national distinctions, while significantly advancing research, innovation, and academic excellence. Importantly, this National Leadership Summit on academic and administrative leadership higher education institutions is his brainchild and his individual initiative, reflecting his deep commitment to strengthening leadership in higher education. To formally welcome our gathering and set the context for this day, I request Dr. C. Yugan, Principal CBIT, to welcome visible.
Morning, everybody. Chief guest, Shanthavan former Special Chief Secretary, Inaugural Andhra Pradesh, the convener of this National Leadership Program, and administrative leadership for higher education institutions, as per NL regular, and other resource persons, which are
Check the volume. Last one, check the volume.
Karnataka, former Vice Chancellor,
Last
participants have come from different states, including Tamil Nadu,
noise
Odisha, Bihar, and Andhra Pradesh. And the different cadres.
18 అంతే
16 better 16
Member of the
సెట్
examination.
పాయింట్ అంతే సార్
Associate directors in the various
roll better
and professors and associate professors. So once again, good morning to Amanda. So it's the customary few lines about CBIT, because you are all new to the CBIT. Yes. So CBIT was established in 1979 with the 200 intake in 3 engineering branches. Now, at present, it rose to 1998 intake, 2 short of 2000s. Altogether, now we have 8,000 students in the campus with 800 staff members, out of which 379 faculty members, and from which more than 70% faculty members are PhD holders. So we feel proud that we have dedicated and committed, highly qualified faculty members in 2 Telugu states. And coming to MBA and accreditations, so all eligible programs are released. All eligible accreditation programs, all programs are accredited by NBE. This institution is accredited with the E++ grade by NAC, and so we have been consistently ranked in the band of 151 to 200. And so we have achieved 4-star rating from Ministry of Education for IIC activities. And we are the first institution in Telangana to grant the Atal Community Innovation Center, ACIC, from the Atal Innovation Mission, Government of India. And we have been consistently ranked as the #1 institutions by several magazines, including the week in June 25 and June 24 editions. We are very good at the research. So far, we have published almost 4,800 quality journals in the Scopus and the Web of Science and Reaction journals, and more than 35,000 citations are here, both in the Scopus and Web of Science journals. Our Scopus index of Scopus is the 60 and Web of Science 55. And recently, in the Inaugural 2025 summit at Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is unveiled a chip fabricated by our faculty members. And three of our faculty members listed in the 2% world scientists, the another by Stanford and elsewhere. So like this, we have several members. The CBIT is one of the premier institutions in the country. We are excellent both in academics, research, and innovation. And it is now our duty to academic by standing in the front row. So that's why this kind of program can be in. And we thank all of you for participating. Also, we can do management for sponsoring you to attend this program. For the aim of this program is to nurture to meet you, leaders, because the people filter the room the numbers, hence institutions also then people become the institutional builders. So we are all including me. So all these institutions will nurture us, will create us good academic leaders. Yours. Now, I once again thank the Chief Guest, Prashant Mahapatra, Inspector of Education. We have accepted our invitation. Thank you, sir. So I also appreciate our community and the coordinator, Delia Prasad, and Fatima, amazing teams they are doing. Consistently working for the last 1 month. They only planned and designed all these things. Particularly, they have planned. I also personally thank all of you. So, in spite of your position, last year, you know that we have immediate position. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce Professor N.L. Reddy, sir, advisor, CDC, and convener of the summit. A distinguished speaker, a professional with 34 years of experience, 13 years in industry, and 21 years in academia. Sir has begun his career with Alvin Company, collaborating with global giants such as Nissan, Hitachi, Seiko, and Mitsubishi, where he led plant commissioning, achieved demanding production targets, managed 250 personnel, and contributed to manufacturing for brands like Pepsi and LG, earning merit promotion and international deputations to Italy and Taiwan. Currently serving as advisor, career development cell CBIT, Sir has been instrumental in facilitating the placement of over 14,200 students in premier MNCs, including Microsoft, Oracle, Deloitte, CTS, Wipro, Infosys, Accenture, TCS, ITC, Mahindra, L&T, Capgemini, and Amazon. As the convener of this conclave, his vision and relentless commitment have been pivotal to its realization. We deeply appreciate his leadership and dedication. To give us an insight into the objectives and vision behind the summit, I request Professor N.L. Reddy, sir, advisor CDC, CBIT, and convener of the summit, to speak a few words about the summit.
I, Dr. Inaugural Reddy, stand for you as a convener of this National Leadership Summit 2026. A warm evening to all the delegates and honorable chief guests and distinguished speakers from educational and policy departments. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome distinguished academic leaders, policy makers, administrators, and stakeholders across the nation in this one-day National Leadership Summit. We all know that today we are transformative in education, in the landscape of education. We are converging where this summit will converge community administrators from public service, distinguished academicians to share their perspective in the context of the role and responsibilities of academic administrators in the fast evolving academic landscape in the new global era of AI revolution. As we all gather today, we are reminded that education is the most powerful weapon and the tool which we academic administrators can use to create the future of the future generations. As leaders, we have a role responsibility to shape the future of India, aligning the vision of NEP 2020 and contribute to fulfillment of SDG goals. We all come together to share ideas, best practices, and vision for the future of education in India. Let this one-day summit be a catalyst for change, navigating us towards excellence, innovation, and realization of Vikasit Bharat 2047. The future belongs to those who believe in the reality of their dreams. Hence, let's believe the power of education to transform lives, bridge gaps, and shape future of the country. Finally, I believe the summit will conclude with meaningful, impactful, enlightening takeaways to all the participant delegates. So once again, I thank all the delegates for taking time to come to this one-day summit. I hope we all have a wonderful stay one day in CBIT. I hope the hospital committee will take care of all the delegates. And once again, I thank our principal for making it convenient for this summit. So once again, I thank all my advisory committee and all organizing committee members for making this function a great success. So once again, I thank each one of you for attending this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's my distinct honor to introduce our chief guest, Shri Prasanta Mahapatra, and Ms. Meena. Dr. Prasanta Mahapatra is a medical doctor, a academic fellow in international health, and a PhD in international health policy and economics from Harvard University. After a short practice as medical officer in the Central Command team, he served as a member of the nation. From the 1980 to the 2020. Dr. Mahapatra was the first registrar of the India University of Health Sciences, Director of Medical Education, and the faculty at the Administrative Staff College of India. He was the Director, Vice Chancellor of the Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences. Before his retirement from civil service, he was the Director General of the National Human Resource Development Institute and official to the Government of Education. Dr. Mahapatra is a pioneer health systems researcher in India. His research work include health system performance assessment, cost of death reporting system, and healthcare finances. He has served as member of ICMR Scientific Advisory Group and the Scientific and Technical Advisory Group of the WHO, Alliance for Health Policy and Security Research. Currently, Dr. Mahapatra is working professionally as the President, Dean, at the Institute of Health Systems and we are honored to welcome the training and thought leader as a chief guest and speaker. So we request you to address the gathering with the associates.
Not make a little bit so that I can see. Yes.
Always.
So when National first meeting this. Since then, I've been thinking about it.
Mic దగ్గర వచ్చాను సార్ అది తగ్గించి
That is my thoughts. And you always feel one.
లేకపోతే హెడ్ మైక్ ఇస్తే
బ్రేక్ వస్తుంది ఎక్కువ సౌండ్ వచ్చాను
In our Sanskrit, we call it dharma. Dharma means duty. Okay. Role. If we understand our role,
Many times we walk into a position without understanding the role. Because when you grow up in our families and all, the long period of years, we watch, so we understand what is the role of a brother, what is the role of Amma. Mother keeps on telling me that a brother, you should do this to your sister, and keeps on telling the sister, or daughter, this is what you should do to your brother. So you can imagine, 15, 20 years, 20 years reinforcement, how you should play your role as a brother, or how you should play your role as a sister, or as a son, or as a daughter. So, and this narrative, our mythologies, I'm just sharing with you my experience growing up. And my mother, every juncture, revealing from anecdote from Ramayana or Ramayana that this is what happened and this is what you know. But the key concept that I understood this is we need to understand our role. We play many roles. So don't think that Dharma is only one mistake. Yeah. So in that question, in that context, ask myself the question. Who do we lead? And for what? Calling ourselves academic leaders. But before I proceed, when I'm saying academic leaders, sometimes I may use the principal, the vice chancellor, the matter. But perhaps this applies to each one of us. Please do not go back with an impression. Oh, lecturer, this doesn't apply to me. Look inside, there is an administrative role built into the performance of the lecturer role. Okay. But how you conduct yourself determines whether the guy or girl who is in charge of the classroom keeps the blackboard clean or the duster in place, you know. And we all have experienced that. When good teachers walk through the corridors of our schools and colleges, we go. Cultivating, understanding, and as your responsibility increases, your your role expands. Now, if we are leading, and if we have to administer, then we need to understand, who are we leading, and what do we administer for what? Now, in other words, we want to correct the stakeholders of a college or a university. What is the maximum organization that is an institute of higher learning? A college or a university. What is the key purpose of a college or a university? These are the questions I ask myself. And I try to write. And in this, where does the principal, the dean or the director stand while performing these roles? Now, it's important to recognize that students are one of the primary stakeholders. So these students, they come from a wide range of intellectual ability and lived experience. Students come, it's important for us to recognize that students come from a wide range of intellectual ability and lived experience. There is a journalist called Malcolm Gladwell in 2008. He wrote an article, The Late Diplomats. He tried to distinguish between two typical geniuses. We are impressed by geniuses. Corridors of academic institution, teachers,
in their common teachers, common room, when they talk about genius. See the genius. Malcolm Gladwell asks, he takes geniuses who are already been recognized as geniuses late in life, by the time they have been acclaimed, and he tries to analyze some geniuses. And he recognizes there are two categories of genius: prodigies and late bloomers. Prodigies and late bloomers. Prodigies are the ones about, if I talk about India common groups. Prodigies are the one that parents, proudly claim their boy or girl. Because these prodigies are good boys or good girls. They influence everybody. So what does matter? In other words, prodigies because they peak happily. They soar, they are shining pretty happily. Isn't it? So we are impressed by them. Then, Malcolm Gladwell talks about late bloomers. The late bloomers are either average or sulky or unrecognizable in the early years. Through trial and error, through their experience and all, they achieve and do innovate. And we recognize them eventually as genius. Now, Malcolm Gladwell in his article takes many examples. For example, for prodigies, he thinks of Picasso, the artist Picasso, who was precocious, and his artwork came from his imagination. He just took out of his imagination, and he contrasts with Cézanne. Cézanne is another artist. I am not a great art critic or anything. But little bit I read about Picasso and Cézanne when I read. Cézanne actually came to be recognized as an artist not necessarily mid-40s or something like that. But the artwork of Cézanne we contrast, and the artwork of Picasso, they are extremely different. Each using his own set. But I will not go into, instead of reading, I can relate to you from my own experience. My family, my eldest brother was a prodigy, I can say, and I was a late bloomer. Whenever I wait for my brother, I asked, in Odia, we call what is this? How to solve this mathematics or something? Why are you not able to sort it out? And all like I will be going on mugging them. Ravana Chicago, Ravana Chicago, my mother would ask her, you are not able to remember this. I got barely in India. What's your thing? One day, my eldest brother, he just came back from a vacation to my village. I was studying in my village high school. And by then, he was a job in engineering college. He went to the school to inquire. Me and two elder brothers. So it turned out the science teacher in my school was my brother's classmate. Okay, so they became recommitted. This friend, science teacher, tells me, your brother is not doing well. But he does great in science. And it is because he does well in science, the last 3 years I am doing in the high school, our teachers meeting to promote him to the next class. Because all other teachers are not happy with his performance. in one of the already half-yearly or annual one exams, the examination of 18 months. Rolling. And most proud of this, but I want to share this with you. So my brother took me from school. After high school, when I was studying, throughout life, got me admitted there. Of course, long story. But different circumstances. But definitely, the challenge in Inaugural, I had, I was, I walked into there are 6 sections. So 6 non-ODI sections and 3 non-ODI, 3 ODI sections. I go to one is ODI section. First section is C. Girls and boys sitting. I was in a boys high school. So I crossed that. I go to B section. We're all boys. Sit for 3 days. My monitor said they are not getting anything for it. They inquired in the school. They said, no, you can C section. So third day, my friends pushed me into the C section. 21 girls, 19 boys. And Sanskrit teacher comes and asks me something I can't answer. He said, you stand up on the bench. You can imagine 21 girls on the other side and boy, and I have problem. And then you'll stand up. But the other boy and girls are in today, just now before we discuss. Did it listen? Then finally, teacher, Sanskrit teacher, related a little bit. Okay, he did not stand, he comments. I stood there in the blackboard, near the blackboard. On the way back, he was going cycling back to my RSA campus with another friend who lived in RSA campus. It was good friends. It was kind of willing, what it is. He said, don't worry, I will give you my notes, you study it. That day, I was so much embarrassed that I studied hard and all, sorted out language notes and ODI notes and all that. So somehow I improved my literature. Then I transferred to another high school where my brother, he knows that I'm not doing well. He takes me to a teacher who is known to be a good teacher. And he agrees to accept it. Because at that time, I asked, sir, sir, I want to understand English. Then when I asked teacher, they said, this was covered in class 6. Nobody is there. I go to 8 and I ask teacher, sir, I am not able to understand that. That is nobody is there, sir. All along the teacher has been telling me that you are covered up here. This is the first teacher, one teacher in my life. There are some 25 students in this teacher class. But he said, I am not I will teach you separately. We will start with class 6 English for you. 2 months. He made me sit in his living room. Teachers are not, don't have a lot of resources and all. His wife would be cooking and he had 2 young children and all. In that hall, he took me there. He would teach this 25 of his other of my classmates who were 15. Come to me, give me class 6, this, and it brought me home. There. I go to the he taught me around. Was able to get a first division in this. Somebody who barely managed to pass. But I had a dream. I could dream. I used to dream. And I didn't want to dream incidentally. Okay. And I dreamt to become a scientist. I dreamt to solve the problems of my parents and my village and my country, that I will be a scientist and fix all the problems and all, and we won't have anything. I dreamt of a tractor. I dreamt of a truck coming and, I do agriculture. And I used to dream like that. But this high school, then I go to the college like that, I pursue. Eventually, somehow or other, today, we are speaking before you. What's this? lot of effort. I have struggled and struggled. My wife knows when I was doing PhD in Harvard, another case. I decided to take economics. My economics professor advised said, always, you are good in math, you can't be. So I dropped up my math. I do well in theory. Then I get admission. I go to the math department professor. Madam, I want to take the calculus and bring this thing out. Okay, he said, I am busy doing something. You take this test, sit outside and complete this. Half an hour, I complete. And she said, you are not ready for the calculus. See, you can imagine at the age of in the IAS at the age of 40 or so, I am going there with got a scholarship, admission, and got a good marks in VIE, and she said you are not ready. Then I have to go back or something. Don't worry. So we run high school level Harvard University. We run high school level mathematics, algebra, and all for students like you. Don't worry. So I start with from math, but we will not give any credit. This will not count for your PhD here. So I start from math area, that is algebra. Okay. And then preliminary calculus, intermediate calculus, and like that I go on in mathematics till topology. The university came and they were not, I was not alone. There were 6 or 7 sections. Girls who were my younger than my daughter, they were teaching those courses, guided by this professor. But that helped me. Then I was eventually ready to take econometrics, statistics, and microeconomic theory courses. The system cited late Pranabandha Saraswati, my teacher in the high school. The system in the Harvard University, where, just because to the institution of higher education, they still have a provision to teach high school, to bring you up to that you can. Rest my case of the characterization of prodigies. Told you about the prodigies. My brother went to BSc. Honors in physics and did well, went to Bombay IIT. All through the Bombay IIT, he was in the top 10. And for that, of course, again, I go to him, he is no more. Unfortunately, that is no accident. But he is all of us. Me and my brother. So to summarize, prodigistic early and late bloomers develop slowly through trial and error. Prodigies display exceptional specialized talent at a young age through intense and focused practice. Late bloomers develop skills more slowly, often later in life, and typically so multiple planes, ultimately achieving higher, more creative success. Prodigies can be excelled in established domains, while late bloomers often innovate. Prodigies are often able to easily work their way through academia, so they impress professors. Late bloomers need help. They need help. Their success of late bloomers is highly contingent on the efforts of others. I cited only 2 or 3% systems in my career, but let me tell you, there are hundreds of people who have helped me. Without their help, I would not be here. Just in my education, I know. If I start narrating, then this one day will not be enough. Now, this prodigy process related to work represents various 2 ends of the intellectual practical skill space. What I call intellectual practical. You think of intellect in one dimension, skill in another dimension. That's space. Okay. Extreme prodigy and let no. But students in reality have distributed all over. And we have to provide from them leaders and administrators. We have to inspire and motivate our faculty to meet each of their needs. And similarly, now we have to what are the next important stakeholders for academic leaders? Faculty leaders. Now, good faculties differ in terms of their interest, core skills, and work styles. Some are good at explaining stuff. Some are diligent in covering syllabus. And some are passionate about research. Some work well in mornings. And some ask for afternoon classes because they can't get up early.
This one was.
Now, some are resourceful. While some are, some might be ready to, some are just quietly accept whatever you have provided for them. The resourceful guys and girls among the faculty will come to you and get resources for you. The quiet guys and girls, you think that they don't need resources. I mean, your duty as an academic leader. You are the way the mother tries to understand. Maybe you don't articulate or demand, feel her needs, and the mother cares for them. That's the role of man. So, an academic leader must work towards a satisfying work environment for I think now these are the two stakeholders. Now I think a deeper understanding of the nature of the organization that I am running is as opposed to say a public and a government office or a corporate, private, commercial, corporate business or a military establishment. Yeah. Now, to understand this, there are a lot of theories on these things and all that. I thought, let me stay simple and try to just see the origin and history of the words we use to represent or mean educational institutions. In Sanskrit, we're familiar with the word ashram. What's an ashram? It originates from the word shrama, that means to effort, labor, and art is the the two words. So it actually means a place of intense and disciplined effort. Intense and disciplined effort. So we talk tapasya. And incidentally, now mythology we say, you need tapasya, I want to need tapasya, and Shiva gave me moon. That's a representation. He did tapasya and Ravana got skills. He developed his Arjuna did tapasya and he developed his skills.
Of chasing.
Don't get confused that we have a catastrophe over there. So we must think that we have to do tapasya. So a young girl I used to think, oh, still I'm not able to crack it and all that. I sit one day and all translate and all the tapasya. Go on chanting Gayatri mantra or something, whatever my parents have told. Skills don't come from there. So means intense and focused effort. Ashram means learning under a guru. Usually secluded from society, various extent. CBIT was formed. Sorry, 79. And this was only recently all this construction has come up. Okay. Now, similarly, the word college is derived from the Latin collegium, meaning a body of colleges. The word universitas in Latin, it meant a corporation or guild that led to the phrase universitas magistrorum et scholarum, means a community of masters and scholars. So in other words, Institute of Higher Education is a corporation or a body of scholars. So, higher education institutions fundamentally are complex but often paradoxical. paradoxical blend of bureaucratic hierarchy and this decentralized collegial governance. There is hierarchy and there is space for the difference. There is a tolerance for the difference. If you are not, if an academic institution like university is not able to, in other words, presenting centers of excellence or presenting sub-centers of, they are excellent, but they don't agree with you. Okay. They are hard, for the principal, they are hard to deal with. But they are valuable to the organization. Because students are drawn to your institution by this scholars. So these are, so that's how I am trying to define for an academic leader or an administrator. What are the clients? Students, the faculty, and the HR organization. Now, principals, deans, the vice chancellors, or for that matter, professors, head of departments, chairpersons, they need to, they need to create, ensure an environment that fosters student learning and promotes faculty excellence. I started to think, where does the administrator stand? Where does the vice chancellor or the, by the time I had gone to Harvard University, first time I went to, by then I had already done registrar of the university. And as a registrar, because I was the first registrar, we didn't have much university, we didn't even have a building or anything. There was asked by the government, you are allowed to use your private car. Can keep the house that you are staying there, you will pay rent. Set up this institute. So I traveled there all over India. I must have visited nearly 20 to 25 universities. I gathered all their documents, academic manuals and administrative manuals, studied it, all that. And so I visited also some. Plus, I studied in Uttar University, Barampur University, I think. Usually I'm used to 50 vice chancellors. Registrar would be that form filling out only one day I am required to go to the registrar's office. By then I have considered with the Harvard campus. The most prominent building is the library. And then all the top buildings are this line. Central, that is economic department and all that. So one day I went for the registrar's office. There is nowhere in the main campus. I have to go somewhere in the street and in a small house that is the registrar's office. Then I look around for they call vice chancellor president. Where is the president office? That is there in the main campus. They call it Harvard Yard. But in the Harvard Yard, one of the small residential type of buildings, that is president's office. All the tall pillars and all that are there in the library or it struck me. It set me thinking. What's the role of an academic leader? What's the role of an academic administrator? And then I realized that role, that or rather, not role of course, what's the position? Where from does an administrator, academic administrator operate? That's what I try to capture here in one sentence. Administrators, that is academic administrators, play a behind the scenes role, acting as the invisible essential backbone that keeps the organization. Who are the who are on stage? Who are on the stage? The students and faculty. Academic. Now, I am motivated you enough. The question is that, then how do we administer? I would like to share some of my core competence or role in my career has been administrator, public administrator. Of that, I got a few postings as academic administrator. So how to administer? How to get students, faculty members and staff to follow organizational policies and administrative instructions. How to inspire students, we are checking. Sorry, reports are not coming in. So how does an administrator, get work done? How do people play with instructions or not instructions? In this regard, I came across a nice book written by a very experienced acclaimed administrator in private sector. This was Chester Barnard. Those of you who teach management, I have come across this. Chester Barnard was the chief of the they used to be called some Bell telephone company or American telephone company or something. They split that into different. So Chester Barnard, based on his life experience, wrote a book called The Functions of the Executive. In 1938. Function of the executive. So while writing that book, he asks, what is authority? And based on his life experience, he characterizes authority as follows. Authority is when the person to whom you give instruction actually carrying out your instruction. In other words, the authority is not because you are occupying a position. Authority happens only when your instructions are carried out. When the other person acts on your instructions, that's when authority becomes real. Then he goes on to ask, what's the nature of this transaction? He says that, this act of carrying out the instruction, it depends on two factors. One is the subjective, that is subjective, that whether that person will carry out the instruction or not. There is the objective part. The objective part is what is your instruction? The nature of your instruction. Now, that he tries to, that is what the administrator has to understand. What is the nature of my instruction? Just because we are in position, there is a hierarchy, we should not go about just telling anything and everything comes to our mind or rules. So, he characterizes 4 characteristics of an objective instruction. This instruction should be understood by the person to whom you are giving the instruction, or the person to whom you are giving the instruction. It has to be understood. That's communication. Okay, we can discuss with it if the time permits. It must be consistent with the organization purpose. So, if you are the principal or vice chancellor, or what is the mission of that university? What is the goals and missions of that college? If your instruction is aligned with the goals and objectives of that organization, then it is likely to be acted upon. First thing is, it is likely to be acted. I am using the word carefully, very carefully. Likely to be acted. It is likely to be acted upon or complied with if the person or persons understand your instruction. Second is, your instruction is aligned with the goals and missions of the organization. Is consistent with his or her own interest. Fourth, All these three things are satisfied. In addition, he must have the skill to carry out that instruction. Okay. So I have spent my life in studying English literature, language and linguistics. Now, principal says, by today, mechanical engineering professor has not come. Now, can you please go and teach mechanical engineering? Isn't it? Now, aligned with your organization, aligned with my interest, because I, with the college time he is asking me, isn't it? Aligned, I am, what else? I have understood the instruction. All the first 3 years satisfied. Teach mechanical engineering. I give a very easy example. But sometimes you give a class, I draft a letter. This is what I'm struggling with now in the institute where I'm working. My accountant, I'm trying to train her that how to write a letter. 3 days it took for me to get her to understand how to write the references. So still 2 days, 1 day she didn't attend to it. Okay. Next day morning, she didn't even ask me help. I go out for a walk, my lunch, pre-lunch work and return. I said, Madam, have you started? No, sir. Then okay, I said, okay, why don't you take the file? If asked the letter has been easy, there are references. Why don't you just see that like that for these to write the references? So she prepares a time. Copying the reference, I gave a letter. Letter is about some other subject. In which references are there. I am asking her to write a draft for another subject. She copies those references and brings the draft to. That's the third day. Madam, because this is the way we want our bank guarantee to be done. That letter was addressed for some other work for which now. So you find what are the references? The references come. Okay, but the body of the thing is copied from another letter. And that has no relationship. It took me 4 days to train her out. Now the second letter, of course, came out easily. After I spent 4 days. The second draft for another subject, it came out in 1.5 days. Okay. So I gave you 2 extreme examples. It is very easy to make sense. In these mechanical, you know, that is easy to understand. But a clock is supposed to know how to write. You take it for granted. But as an administrator and leader, you need to understand that actually when let me help. And there is usually a zone of indifference or a zone of acceptance of this person or persons acting on your instruction. Because sometimes you give instruction which is you can't surely say is it in the interest of CBIT or is not in the interest of CBIT. It's hard to tell. So persons will interpret, will give you some latitude. Okay. But if you give an instruction which is definitely not in the interest of the CBIT, okay. For example, you know, here I am, almost, I gave myself 40 minutes and I have come to 40 minutes. I'll be done. Then we will stop for questions. And so suppose you say, I purchased a plot recently, I want to build it. And can you please get some building materials for my house? That's clearly outside the whole circle. Still, there will be some idea, I think, will have principles after the development. I'm just giving you. So, the principles are so isn't it? Again, what? So, he gave you the zone of he gave you latitude. And next time you say, पानी बना रहे हैं तो लास्ट टाइम किया था और क्या है Then one day you have to wear the kind. The college. That day, you are looking for it out. You are going to approach your colleagues and all. Yeah, here are experts are here. Then you will start organizing your routes, connections, and all that. And how to, yes or no? Yes. So please understand that there is a zone of living. Just because you are doubtful or not exactly in alignment with your organization instructions have been complied, do not rest on the comfort that is going to be complied forever. Employees and faculties are going to give you some slack for some time. Eventually, I'm not going to. Then, to discuss a few of Chester Banners insights that are relevant in our situation. When condition of honesty and sincerity is recognized to exist, that means when you are honest and sincere, errors of your judgment will be tolerated by your followers. If you are honest, that is how I have survived so far. Because I have been an outspoken person. Sometimes I fail, not sometimes. Often, younger days, I used to fail more obvious. That means things which are not comfortable in administration. You can imagine in administration, telling the boss, this is not correct, or like that, you know. And I used to, and all, but I survived it because somehow my bosses and my colleagues, they understood that this fellow is sincere. Okay. And all that. Or my staff members, it turned out, which was a bad quality. You can think of what I would do, why it is not done in time. No, I used to lose my. And several staff members have exposed. It used to be, I realized I'm sorry for that. I want to say my apologies to all those staff members who have suffered me. But they tolerated me because they knew that this guy was sincere. Employees don't ascribe infallibility to leaders or managers. Because they believe sincere. Hypocrisy is harder. Hypocrisy is harder. Particularly in all HR management work. Part of executive decision consists in avoiding any decision on important questions, voluntary children, or something which is not relevant. Deciding when time is right and avoiding premature decisions. Avoiding decisions that cannot be implemented. Do not give decisions that are implemented. And avoiding decisions that others should make. What is saying? Okay. So, sorry, I said it. Now it's important transparency. Transparency is important. Transparency, because the topic of higher administration. Transparency is important in running families. If you are head of the family, you have a vested interest to be transparent with your children, with all the participants of your. Otherwise, doubts will emerge. Yeah? When they are smaller, you are not challenged. But as people grow up, your transparency, why you are taking decisions and sharing that is important. Now, if there is no transparency, but lots of well-intentioned action, here I told you that insincerity people don't like. Employees don't tolerate. But suppose you are taking a well-intentioned action, but you have not explained, it's not transparency in that. So, people in your organization, they will think that it is a sincere action. That's why transparency.
Transparency.
Now, in this regard, I would like to share one experience. I was director. Because our academic council was, like, some teachers, faculty, and we take the, those who are done masters in surgery or masters in medicine, MD, MS candidates who take, do an entrance examination for them to. So we used to have an examination cell, and in the exam they used to put multiple choice questions. But in our examination cell never shared the answer key. They evaluated using the answer key. Nowadays marks. So some faculty said sharing the answer key so that students know whether they know. Otherwise it's a good idea. So the academic council, most professors, since I was favoring in favor of transparency, most professors agree it's a good idea. Let us share questions. The examination cell were grumbling. Because then our question back will become adjusted, everybody will know their answer, then we will know. That I applied, okay, then you need more people, I will put more resources. Let us design, build up the question bank. So we took a decision to share. Immediate after the exam is over, we will publish in our website the answer. And we gave 24 hours time to the exam takers that you can contest that whether there is, and those contested questions will be reviewed by the mechanism that we designed. And based on that, the question was wrong, the answer key was wrong. We'll either drop that answer to that question or we'll give marks to both the possibilities. There are two answers possible, like that we get this. My professors and all that. Halfway through my exam week got scared. Am I going to be in trouble? Then, but anyway, we pushed it. And we shared, currently we carried out. Somewhere we go to High Court. Questioning our exam. So our professors, actually, medical college, the medical deans professors, they are dealing their practicality. They do not go to High Court and all. They're scared of judicial department. They tell what it is we are not. So don't worry. There is no need for you to worry. I have no additional briefing to give. You know what all we have done actually. When the High Court asks, you simply share what we have done. They can say, what should be our argument? What should be our advocate strategy? And what should be our counter? I said, you tell our advocate what you did actually. Let the advocate write that. You are going to the court. You just state what we did. They went, they shared what they did. But happy or back from the High Court, they went. The judge was impressed, and the judge was secret on the cases. But transparency, another thing from this example you understand. Transparency does require hard work. So please don't take that transparency process, but it should be prepared for. Now, another thing I want to highlight. The search for objectivity in evaluation of student performance. Note that there is no single perfect instrument to measure human achievement. It's important for us to understand. No single perfect instrument to measure human achievement. These so-called objective type tests are actually not necessarily objective. It's a wrong level that we put on multiple choice questions. We confuse multiple choice questions as objective type questions. They are not objective at all. They are subjective questions. Multiple choice questions. You can say that, okay, this is the answer for this multiple choice question. Now, then my professor said, means they asked, sir, how they are not objective? I gave them an example. I said, I'm from Odisha. where validation is common. In our medical colleges, in my MBBS, we were taught, our professors they spent hours explaining validation. I would have seen 50 or 100 cases of validation. You are in Delhi or you are in Kolkata, somewhere there is no validation. You know, validation is a matter of interest, curiosity. It is not prevalent in your area. The students have come from that medical college, they have passed. Now, suppose if the NEET entrance, I put 10 questions on malaria. Will I not be giving an advantage to only individuals? Now, I said I can only give you open this example, but if I go into psychometrics, I am aware of some literature of psychometrics. But I don't have readily, I cannot recall those papers and all. But I know that psychometricians have done research and the multiple choice questions are not necessarily objective, they have their own biases. Setting questions is hard work. Important for principals and leaders to understand. Okay, setting questions is, and you have to choose your smartest of your faculties. Those smartest of faculties means they may not be smart in some other field, but they understand the subject very well. Those who have real deep understanding of the subject, they can frame questions. That would measure student performance better. Now, finally, the last item that I thought I would present is developing human resource management skills. Because my experience of, I have interacted with a lot of professors, academics. When somebody, when after all this ideal management and all that you have perfected your skills, despite that, once in a while, you will come across some who is beyond redemption. Then you have to. You know, I always think of Jagannath, painted by some particular. I don't know whether it applies to all. I have just sharing with you the experience of that idea. Vishnu has Padma in one hand, Sankha in the other hand, Goda and Chakra. The inspiration I draw from that is that when the matter of interacting, dealing with people and all, use the Padma fast. Perhaps a patient, 80%. Perhaps a patient, if things don't work, उसमें काम नहीं हुआ, तो फिर संख्या, कुछ करना नहीं, psychologically, isn't it? Another 15 to 18%. Take मेरा money. Okay. कब हो गया? 2% बचा है. Out of that 1.2%, 1.9%. That is force. 0.01% or maybe 0.0001%. The nuclear weapon shock. I am trying to just so like that. So here are the human. I will just try to read over because I have listed yesterday night a few points and then I will start. Qualification based screening is not enough for faculty. Because we check PhD किया या नहीं, experience कितने साल है, ये हो गया, मार्क कितना है, A+ ग्रेड हो गया रिक्रूटिंग. अरे बोल सकता है यार नहीं, कुछ किसी से बात कर सकता है यार, कुछ पता नहीं है. और सारे job oriented assessments for higher education recruitment are crucial because qualification based screening alone fails to predict teaching effectiveness, research ability, or teaching effectiveness is there, research ability is there, but cultural fit is not there. Isn't it? I am running a institute in two Telugu states, and I bring a teacher who, doesn't understand Telugu culture, doesn't understand Indian culture, but is a great teacher and a great researcher. Isn't it? Can he connect with my students? Isn't it? So again, I'm giving some contrasting examples quickly just to make my point. Now, another thing, your performance as a mentor, as a vice chancellor, or dean, or principal, or the department, you are expected. People look up to you to build their career, to do some research, get some grant, or go to some conference, or like that, or to manage some family listening to some adjustment in their schedule and all that. So you mentor them. Now this your performance as a mentor is the source of your this moral authority. Your performance as a mentor and your reputation as a good mentor is the source of your, I don't want to make a mistake, is the source of your moral authority to discipline. Please don't think that your authority to discipline flows from your chair or from your position. If you have mentored 100, maybe you can discipline the recalcitrant person who refuses to mend and is determined to destroy. Or maybe it's not 100:1. Maybe it's 1,000:1. In other words, do a lot of good. And only in exceptional cases use the. We said all that. There will be probably that one case which is recalcitrant, and you have taken a decision, this guy or girl needs to, then comes the problem. I found in my career, lot of professors, principals, superintendents of hospitals. I supervise a lot of hospitals. They keep on giving memo after memo. Don't take care. Eight memo. Why display action should not be taken? Still it is Sudarnik. Again we give one more memo. I have seen 20 memos built up against me. Uske baad kuch nahi hua. Just memos after memos and after memos. Why? Because our academic leader doesn't know what to do next, but how to do it. So there your family is still there. So understand. So for this to be able to carry it through, you need to understand the letter as well as the spirit behind disciplinary procedures. I'm reading because I don't want to make a mistake by disciplining a person is hard. For that, to build up your skill, you understand the letter as well as the spirit behind disciplinary procedure. Not just understanding the clauses and all this step after that step after that. Understand the spirit is important. Think what you could expect if you were on the other end. That means you were being disciplined. Example. If you have come to the conclusion that a member of faculty or staff deserved a certain disciplinary action, finally, after memo, then you give a so-called notice or you do an inquiry and gather evidence and all. Based on that, you give a provisional decision with the so-called that is why is following, and then like that, after that, you have come to the conclusion. Then let the member be judged. And secondly, be prepared to look into the eyes of that person convey your decision. Don't think that you are just going to write in the file in the paper and you here or somebody is going to deliver these things and you can hide behind. That means you have not followed the letter, not the spirit. So you have to have it. I'm saying all these things. Have I done this? Yes. I carry on. I think 4, 5 people who have been responsible for this. But all this and it was hard work. None of my disciplinary action, particularly those which led to dismissal, very difficult. They litigated, but none of my orders were challenged in any court of law. The people, the whole, because in my order, I wrote in detail, I tried to come, I know he will not come from before. He's going to, all said and done, going to region full. Okay, but through my order, I communicated to me that you explained like this, but I find for this reason it is impossible. You said this opportunity was not given, these were the things in which you so many times we are getting opportunity. All that I explained build in, so that I said, let him read. And if it takes, it's order to any court of law. I actually told the candidate that I would give some time for questions and answers, but I think I.
Madam.
We now request our principal processing assistant by CBIT and the Inaugural of the Muslim. It's the interim review and we present.
That's been says the other also wetland being on land because you have to be some.
We will now take a short tea break for 15 minutes and it will be at 10:11 to.
Sorry. Hey. Photo dinner there. Apply is forward. Apply is forward.
Next speaker, Didi.
అక్కడ పెట్టేసి అక్కడ పెట్టేసి అక్కడ చూడు ఛార్జింగ్
Bring the charger.
Wi-Fi there. నాకు నాలుగు జరుగుతుంది
कैमरा कैमरा slide apart.
Yes, it's
Good, but for which one?
was mentioning about it, sir. Parla, sir. You know, yeah.
Hurry up.
Request you all please take your position as the next session.
Same thing, the presentation I don't really ఇప్పుడు ఈవెంట్ అయిన ఫోటోస్ చేయండి మేడం మేడం కింద తిరగబడుతుంది చూసుకోండి మేడం
5, 3.
I request all of you to please come back and join to the next session.
Thank you so much.
Please take your seats.
Only we get discipline. Okay. So I thought of 40 minutes, but at least you will.
Request all of you to please take your seats as the next session is about to start.
ఎట్లా
ఇప్పుడు కాదు సార్
ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఉంది మేడం
ఫస్ట్ చేసాము
I request all of you to please take your seats. Welcome back. Now I invite Professor Dr. K. Karunakaran onto the dais. And in this room, to welcome him. It's honor to introduce Professor Dr. K. Karunakaran, an eminent academic leader and visionary institution builder with over 3 decades of distinguished service in higher education. He has served as former Vice Chancellor of Moorpark University, former CEO of Pakistan Educational Institution, former Principal and Secretary of Inaugural College, and former Dean of Solar College of Technology. His leadership has for universal establishment of accreditation rankings and institution governance at the highest levels. PhD in chemistry and chemical engineering from Andhra University, Professor Karunakaran has 35 years of research and scientific experience.
ఇక్కడ అంతా డిస్టర్బ్ అవుతుంది లేదు ఎక్కడ అంటే
Future funded research projects and extensive national academic engagements. He is also a trained academic leader under the government of India's Lean Initiative. Guided by his philosophy of nurturing youth minds to build a better world, he continues to shape institutions of academic excellence and societal influence. With great respect, I invite Mr. K. Karunakaran to kindly address the gathering.
Morning. Most respected Vice Chancellors.
లైట్ ఆఫ్ స్టేజ్ మీద లైట్
The individuals of this great institution, CBIT. And the academic leaders are very many states. I'm Karunakaran.
చెక్ చేసి
Both from the national level to the Vice Chancellor. So I can understand the reality behind running, educating, managing, and administrating important to the private sector. The challenges will be from multi-dimensional. Once an AR of call comes, the whole system will work for. They're not looking for any other. If NAC is visiting, probably we'll be extending our working hour till 8 PM or 10 PM. Isn't it? Many of us we have experienced. What I would like to just convey, maybe in the next about 30 or 40 minutes, how we can easily achieve so-called those topics or any other. Initially, we thought that the NARF is only to run engineering category. Then they introduced innovation category. Then they introduced sustainability category, research category. Oh my God. To which one we have to work? To which one we have to send them, right? Probably we have to make it very. I still believe that many of your managements are not knowing that there are categories like innovation category, sustainability category. But we have not informed them. I know. If I tell them, right, they will ask us to work for that also. That involves. Of course, now assignments are given to every faculty. Instead of a word called corporate, we have brought the corporate
culture of KPAs and KRAs. Above the fabrications and patents. Now startups are the targets. Colleges are fixing 20 startups for this secretary maybe. Some colleges are moving for no, nearby colleges is setting 20, so we have to cross 30 for that. So, transfer of technology, COP, like we have to try for people. Then on the started, venture capital, angel funding. The target makes sense. Beyond the innovation ranking, let me say, one more category, one more, what is the metric or one more item is that what is the money received from abroad? Oh my God, FBA. What is FBA? Many of us even not knowing what is FBA because many of our colleges are not entitled to receive money from abroad. We have to register for finance ministry. So these are the targets in front of us. If you come to the other side, SDG side, academic innovation is okay. Integrating SDG in our outreach program is okay. But including carbon rating, this rating, that rating, now only agencies have developed to test our green energy, other energy, which are employed from that. Oh my God. Okay, so these are the targets. In which we are really bounded, spending more of our time. Right to have some survey, this will be probably helpful for many of us. I'm requesting to take your mobile. Just log into your portal called menti.com. Menti.com. I will let you just take 5 questions. It will take just 1 minute for you. And that is Menti.com, go to Menti.com in your browser. It will ask for this passcode. You enter 8792 9304 and you will get some questions. Just answer honestly. Just answer honestly. How they have another institutions towards meeting the mission. And it, yeah, Menti.com. Take your Google browser or any browser, enter Menti.com. It will ask the code to enter. Or you can scan this QR code also. And we move further. Once you enter, I think automatically the questions will be on your screen. You start responding your questions in a scale of 1 to 5. If you disagree, you give 1. If you agree well, you give 5. In a question. I'm just moving to the next line to understand the response from you all. Yes. This is a scale of 1 to 5. Getting responses 1 by 1. You could also see here in the screen. How familiar are you with the concept of student learning outcomes? That is my topic. And the alignment with POs, PSOs, and POs. Learning are connected to COs, POs, PSOs. Up to that one, because NPA is looking only up to that, not up to PO, even then. So we have a connect, we relate, we map, we calculate the attainment also. The second question is, what is your current level of involvement as an academic leader in improving SLOs by innovating your preparation, curriculum, teaching, learning, as well as assessment? I forgot to mention that assessment. although if your institution is an autonomous institution, up to what flexibility you have in regulating this improvement of SROs or achieving whatever targets. By innovating your curriculum, regulation, teaching and process, what I want to communicate here is, if you're an autonomous institution, if your regulation allows to go for multiple assessment methodologies, one paper may be assessed only by internal, one paper by an external agency, one paper 50-50 ratio, one paper may have 60 marks as a pass mark, kind of flexibility. This is what even NAC is looking as innovation in your curriculum. Do you use different assessment methods? What I said. Do you use employability, higher education, research and innovation outcomes, which are required for may have NAC, university, whatever, as your tools for the attainment of POs and PSOs? Most of you have done it. This attainment, I'm just asking you, at least to the extent of 50%, do you use these different tools other than your direct assessment which comes from the results, indirect assessment which comes from the surveys, employee survey, alumni survey, student survey, parent survey, that we call it as indirect survey. In addition to that, do you use any other tools like employability, higher education, research outcomes as the tools for your attainment of POs, PSOs? Do you have course of course job option? Just in the morning, we heard about chief guest lecturers. He mentioned about many things. The diverse learners who are attending our class. Just to help them, if we have course on course job specific, just to support them. To what extent your institution use AI-enabled or ICT tools? Most of the classrooms are nowadays fitted with either ICT projector or smart boards. For your information, in India, we have removed PPT as your ICT tool. If you remove PPT as ICT tool, if you remove it, do you use other tools? This is what I mean here. Please don't consider PPT is an ICT tool. I'm using one tool. This tool is Mentimeter. This is one of an ICT tool. How effectively solos are linked with accreditation and ranking frameworks? This survey clearly indicates to all of us, we need to put hard effort, deep thinking, deep analysis, deep deliberations in our board studies, economic council, and even other statutory meetings that we need to do a lot of things to regulate our curriculum, our teaching learning process, very importantly our assessment methodology. Clear indication. This is your survey. Course of work facility. I mean, employability, at least. That's what we call the POPSU assessment. Thus, we repeat our students, giving assurance that we will ensure the required skills for employability will be ensured when you are going out. Okay. Then that is not there in the measurement tool, means it's not right, because long back NBA derived on NBS suggested 80-20 direct and indirect tool. Do you think that is still applicable? It's a time for us to rethink. Rating the improvement of state understanding the person and social is. Yes. Any of you agree? Even though some of you are okay with the present system, majority comes on the other side. To be improved, be than on the end to be improved very much. I tell you, right? Probably if I say this survey, at the end of the session, many of you rate corporate. I have no doubt on that. Percentage of slowdowns in your classes or in your college. 20%, 28%. Oh, some colleges maybe 80%. It's very difficult. Very difficult. This 80% slowdowns are there in the campus. It is like, oh, I'm not understanding, I just brought this up. Then you got me into the attention time of our students in the classes. Okay, once upon a time, right? We also know that there's a drifting of the attention time. Okay. But when you compare the present generation, so-called Gen Z, what would be the attention time of this Gen Z who are sitting in our classes? 1 or 2 minutes. Any guess that? 1 or 2 minutes prove that? Less than a minute. 30 seconds. You please search in any of the web portal because we have not understood them. We have not understood them. That is what. But really the attention time of this present generation students who are sitting in our classes is approximately 8 seconds only. Oh my God. So are we wasting our time or are we wasting their time? They are very rapid in consuming things. Does it mean that they are distracted? That does not conclude that the present generation is having number of items for distraction. Please don't come to the conclusion. They are very rapid in gathering information, concluding information. They prefer highly interactive, visual, and fast-paced learning. Friends to excel at multitasking. If you go to our classes, mostly our teachers, we give a task, 1 or 2 tasks maximum. In a semester, for your paper, 1 quiz, 2 assignment, 2 self-test, maybe 1 surprise test. I saw OB manual of even the CBIT, 1 surprise test. Things are there. But the students are looking for surprises. Wow! For every 10 minutes or 15 minutes. This is the problem. This is the problem. So there is a big challenge. There is a need for complete re-learning of our teaching learning process. How we are engaging that 40 minutes or 50 minutes inside the classroom is going to result in your SLO, student learning outcomes. In general, there are 3 major type of students are sitting inside your classes or in any class. Whether it is in top engineering college or where there are about 80% slow learners. Majority, these 3 types of them. Percentage may vary. Visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. To some extent, we are satisfying the first two categories, auditory and the visual. But the scope of putting them into a practical situation is very much low in our classroom. That is what I would like to meet. The person survey says that among the Gen Z, 51% are willing for that third category or falling into the third category. Only if you subject them for any activity, if you keep your classes engaged, it doesn't mean teacher is teaching, students are doing. This is not engagement. The engagement is supposed to be two ways: student centric, learner centric, activity based, problem based, participative. This is what activity based learning. Of course, I'm not going to explain this slide. You understand this slide. No slow language. I'm not accepting the person of academics. So come all the way from the bottom to top. No one is slow learner in your campus. No one is slow learner. You like to re-label them, but NBA still says slow learner. I checked it even yesterday night the NBA manual called fast learners and slow learners. It was advanced learners and slow learners, then they changed the terminology as fast learners and slow learners. We cannot accept it. I call them as diverse learners. Because in your class, there are tigers, there are monkeys, there are elephants. You are giving one common question paper for all of them. Maybe the test, like in this case, of animals, if you conduct a running race, do you think that everyone will run? What do you think? No, it is applicable for our classrooms also. Same syllabus, same question paper, same teacher, same methodology, same 3 hour written examination. I don't know how many of you are still following 3 hour written examination. Students don't like it. Sitting for 3 hours. But even the entrance examination for post graduation, right? I'm talking about that examination, and that is not MCQ, still we train in written mode. The same question paper and that was same pass mark for all. Do you think that this is realistic? I feel this is not at all realistic. We are not doing good in our classrooms. This is what I would like to conclude here. Whether you agree or not. Sorry. Many of the college OPM manuals still says 80-20. I've gone to a number of autonomous colleges. Only few autonomous colleges, especially from Coimbatore region. I underline this Coimbatore region. Why Coimbatore region is performing better in terms of engineering and other education? Because they are coming out from the so-called template. I've invited so many friends from Coimbatore region. You can interact with them. They have come out from this 80-20 model. More flexibilities are now being further this. University is allowing, since no vice chancellor is there, so the colleges are getting advantage. I don't know whether any system is not allowing here. Probably in some universities, this is about structure for even autonomous colleges. Why autonomous colleges to be regulated by universities? I don't know. Because autonomy is given to the colleges based on the performance, what they have showcased. There are about 20, 30, 40 plus years. Why can policemen jump for such university regime? So we must think of coming. Now these are our expectations. Employment, higher education, publication, patent, startup, TOT, venture capital, research funding. Where are these tools in your PO, PSU attainment? That is attainment of the institution, not the students. Through the teaching learning process, you are delivering, you are educating. It should end with all those parameters. How many colleges are having these parameters for your PO, PSO calculations? Not to the extent of 70-80%, at least for 10%.
So, PPT only live
It
stream.
comes on to-
ఇప్పుడు మీరు ల్యాప్టాప్ కనెక్ట్ చేశారు మీరా?
We have to connect all these to our expected student learning outcomes. Is the point I would like to make here. How service is possible? It is possible. It is possible. How comes that is possible by an undergraduate BE BTech student publishing paper, filing patent, getting into startup? It's happening. For all your information, it is happening. I represent from Coimbatore region. Every college in Coimbatore now involving undergraduate students. Research methodology is a paper in the second year of BE BTech. Believe it? Yes. We started introducing. Students are coming with beautifully. Two colleges where I was working earlier as the CEO. College motivated undergraduate students. Students file about 100-200 patents every year. You need not to do anything extra for your MBA, everything. Once if you connect to the expected SLO, you put it into a curriculum and regulations properly, all these things will emerge automatically. You need not to work, you need not to spend extra time. You need not to exclusively work for your MBA, NARF or NARF. Even you need not to fabricate anything. I know what has happened. Because it's a rat race. I know what is happening in this region also. Aspirations of our students. We think that they are looking only for job or higher education. Plenty of aspirations. I borrowed this slide from one of the top rated IQAC director, top rated, #1 in social in the country. The IQAC director recently posted on this everything. Plenty of aspirations. I'm really considering these aspirations. We talk about learning permit. When we are writing about growth and learning permit, we always refer, right? In any faculty induction, the first few slides is carrying this learning permit. We talk about the bottom level, subjecting the students into the bottom level activity based. We write well our documentation, but how far it is being implemented? Of course, estimating CBIT. But the colleges which are writing well in NBA documents, but our reality, I think is that, yes. As a chairperson, I visited so many. I visited so many. Very yes. Talk about student-centric learning very much. But the implementation, student-centric learning. If you are really implementing student-centric learning, and our achievements will be deformed. The achievements are equality, all other things what I have mentioned. For want of time, I'm skipping few things. I told you about IC2. The management has provided fantastic classrooms prepared with smart boards, LCD projectors. Number, hundreds and hundreds of IC tools are available now with AI support. You need not even spend more time. I'm talking about teaching. First, put all those things. Only be academic start. So once you set the platform well, keeping the classroom, I just tell you one thing. Right? If your lesson plan carries this in addition to the teaching method, we usually write the topics covered and what kind of methodology we use. Such add two more with the lesson plan document. The activity what they conduct inside the classroom, the teaching aid. Teaching aid may be even virtual. By the way, I understand how many colleges are using virtual learning. Fantastic tool. Kindly apply. The option is open. Just Google it, virtual lab, free of cost. Government is extending model center to all the colleges. Please see that you subscribe, you get information there, and of course, this will give mark also to your NAC. You have a recognition from government bodies like that, right? You can show them as well. We talk about pedagogy. It won't come just like that. It won't come. It's a science, it's a technology. We have to properly train our faculty members because nowhere during that undergraduation, post-graduation, doctoral degree, there was a paper, how to teach well. Is any paper anyone study? How to be a good teacher? Any paper anyone study? No. But it is to be understood well. That is what I would. And that is this common word on pedagogy we use even in higher education. No. Pedagogy is for the school education. The educator role in school is being a teacher. The technology used or the science used or the methodology used for the process is all pedagogy. But in higher education, it is supposed to be andragogy. The role of an educator in higher education, especially in engineering colleges, is supposed to be facilitating the learning process. Not to be a teacher. Not to be a teacher. When we want our SLOs to be improved, our outcomes to be improved, the growth of the institution to be improved, we must adopt in classrooms andragogy as the methodology, and properly the teachers to be trained towards that to be the role of the facilitator. We need not to teach, but students will learn effectively. Please understand, we need not to teach. Once we set the platform well for the learning process, learning will be enjoyable. Learning will be a celebration inside the classroom, but there will be noise in the classrooms. If more noise is coming from a class, it means directly that more learning is happening. Please ensure such environment as an academic leader. A facilitator helps the students to learn for themselves. More importantly, the present day Gen Z are looking for this environment. You tell us we learn. Just give guidance alone. Be a facilitator, be a co-learner along with us. We are ready. Facilitators create environments rather than teaching. They guide students in exploring topics, finding solutions, drawing conclusions. Facilitators break down the barriers towards creativity and innovation. And that was being the senior member from many institutions, ensure that many are even from autonomous institutions, ensure that your regulation, your classroom activity moves slightly above what we have right now. We call choice-based credit system. Flexibility is given to students. When we give flexibility to students to choose teachers, I don't know whether this practice is there, but there are institutions which practice. If there are 2 or more sections in a particular branch, they introduce 3 teachers to all the students and ask them to register. Importantly, students are looking for a teacher who can integrate research, innovation, teaching ability. So we have to empower our teacher to support category. It is our duty, again, the dean academics or the principal or any one role you play in your institution. We have to ensure that we should empower our teacher because they don't know. Because our system, we are not training them well. A powerful angle on andragogy, trusting relationship will lead to high student engagement, that leads to high level of student learning outcomes. That is going to be your metrics for all your governments, publication, patent, startup, anything else. Technology also plays a major role in this process. Achieving high student learning outcomes, technology plays a major role. This slide I took it from, I think, 2025 year jobs, India, one of the economic firms. Future of the portal. High student learning outcomes in expect highly in a highly student-centric learning system with the usage of higher technology. So without technology, sorry, we cannot achieve. In percentage education, I'm talking about percentage. 20 number of training support tools are available. Examination reforms. Because we are always for re-engineering or reverse engineering. So we set our process with respect to question paper pattern. I don't know whether you agree or not. Indian practice, I've seen that. With respect to the question paper pattern, we prepare everything. Examination is just the knowledge level of the students after acquiring. And we still believe that written examination is the only tool available to test the knowledge level of the student. Very, very sorry. Written test is one of the two. I'm not saying AICTE, UGC are saying from 2018 onward, they have given a manual called examination reform manual asking all the universities and autonomous colleges to adopt. Kindly come out from the common template. How come only one template will be suited for a theory paper, a problem-based subject, a completely unclear subject? How come one common template will fit for the assessment of all the subjects? Nowhere is relevant. No way possible. At least 4 different templates, 5 different templates. Based on the nature of the paper. Percentage utilization. What we think is not going to be there in the near future. What still we are thinking to inculcate among our students. This future of jobs report. Just few days back, India skills report was released. I don't know how many of you are going through and how many of you are adopting or how many of you are at least taking this as input for your BOS or academic council. I don't know. But this is one of. Yes, of course, they have clearly indicated that this year and the future year, the employment is going to decline in some sectors. I'm not saying this is the conclusion of the report. Can you go through? I've just shared. I found this interesting. One of the website of the Community University Vice Chancellor. The India Skills Report is a strategic mastered for curriculum planning of Ahmed University. Use India Skills Report as one of the tools for designing the curriculum. In the IMF block also I found this. Already launched. Big budget. Quantum mechanics, semiconductor. To adopt as a minor pro, very happy to. It was designed from here and it was treated by the Prime Minister. Immediate employment potential is going to be huge in Hyderabad. The survey or one of fighting for bringing them to the university. while we were searching, there were so many startups, new industries, this is one. Maybe, mechanism is very good. Maybe, two papers on quantum, two papers on semiconductor. Help to improve the environment. Restructuring is very well possible to improve the system. We can think of one or two credit courses, higher pass mark for some of the subjects like DSA and all. Open subjects, selective subjects, special interest subjects, because we need to create something. Right? We usually give one for to choose between drama, music, online self-learning, 20%. Go online. This is the instruction already. How many of us are providing such platform for students on self-learning? But some colleges are allowing for self-learning, but they are again conducting exam in the college. That is the wrong thing. You ask that provider to assess and give mark. Their assessment will be industry oriented. Dynamic curriculum. That is why UGC is putting condition to every college that at least 2 academic council meetings in a year. We must provide subject. Many industrial engagements are possible. Let them deliver, let them assess. Digital platforms, research methodology, innovation, design thinking, IPR, entrepreneurship as papers for the undergraduate, second year, third year experts. So that they will emerge as engineer with on-brand either startup, patent, everything. We relate that to even project. Believe it, some of the colleges in Coimbatore skip project. They award the credit if a student is publishing a paper in SCA or focus journal or patent. They allow the students to choose the problem in the second year itself. We usually after third year, we ask the students to go come for 0 review meeting, present your data. Then they have to start and complete. Friends, I find many pitfalls, even our own economic leadership, with respect to working exclusively for documentation, treating autonomous as a so if I deviate this from the university, so I'll be taught by university and they will question this kind of fear. Delegating responsibility totally to IQAC and blaming them finally. Using NBA app only for audit purpose during inspection. After that, we won't do anything. Again, just before the next cycle, we work on it. If you add those tools, SLOs, along with the day-to-day process, it's a mindful process. I would like to just put this lesson to all of you, and maybe we can learn about this. Past excellences in any institution or any individual does not guarantee for the future outcomes. Technology adoption must be there in education institution. Leadership, we the leaders. Right? We are the blind spots. Okay? Either for growth or for damage. Either for growth or for the damage. Underline this. I'm concluding here. Try to adopt andragogy when you want to improve your support and the outcomes of your institution. Don't concentrate on us. Try to adopt newer technologies for diverse learners. The present day generation aspirations are many. Can you take into consideration? Trying to innovate your teaching, learning, and assessment methodologies. Redesign the attributes for your POPSU attainments. Believe that SLOs measure the institution growth. Don't work separately for your academy and understand the common leadership pitfalls and try to ensure the inclusion. Don't manage tightly to yours. Thank you so much for the data.
Thank you, sir, for your profound thoughts. And I request Principal Sir and Convener Inlet Baby Sir to felicitate our guests of the day and the night, sir. Sir is informed that he's available for any question in the next 2 hours. Thank you.
బ్యాటరీ ఇంకోటి
Moving forward, it's a matter of profound privilege and honor to invite to the dais an eminent academic statesman and accomplished institutional leader, Professor C.S.R. the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Calcutta. Professor Prasad assumed his august office in February 2025, bringing with him more than 3 decades of distinguished service in higher technical education. He earned his BTech and Tech on Engineering from the then RTC Varangal, presently MIT Varangal, with specialization in transportation engineering. During his illustrious tenure at MIT Varangal, he ascended to the rank of professor in the higher administrative engineering. As Vice Chancellor, Professor Prasad is resolutely committed to fortifying academic rigor, catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship, and reinforcing robust quality assurance framework. May I now most respectfully request Professor C.S. to present some time. We'd like to only be with the sample. Please. It's an honor to have you, sir. Thank you.
I thought I can take it away from Karnataka for one day. Learn something on this Sunday. After accepting that, when the topic is given to me, I was kidding. It's given a big topic, all of administrators and quality assurance and protection banking. All the 3 topics. Magically integrated into one topic. And 1 hour presentation is ready and so. So you have to excuse me. if I have- I'm also scared of hearing to the coronavirus regulation. My slides are not as beautiful as the probably my slides looks like a woman mother village agriculture village. So his slides looks like a heroic.
RAI support.
I would like to touch upon some points. First of all, I would like all of you to reflect about the definition of the education, especially the to me, we're all serious business of education is a serious business. What I pursue for my life, my personal life, I tell you what I'm done. Now look at the back end of that. Across the country, across the educators, we're always behaving that higher education is meant for that. Maybe the outcome in the terminology of education, maybe but all the purpose for the higher education is not meant for the job again. It's basically the road one is also said. And all around driving the left of the tail are body minus. Identification, general enrollment ratio. Government of India is to make it 40% by 2030. The idea is across the globe. We try to look at the development nations, which are rich, whose GDP is very high, whose per capita income is also very high, where quality of life is also very poor. Their general enrollment ratio is somewhere around 70. So really, because the more the higher education, more with the allied impact. Thinking process, which may lead to the innovation. That might be the purpose for which all positive impact started. So right now, I think the second point I would like to understand before I give my presentation is about the education system. Technology is disruptive. Technology is transforming the higher education system, especially for the 21st century. Is there my graduation is typically conventional way, something about the education. Then what is meant by equality insurance? Biggest transport from that perspective to the education. Which might be the basis for the subsequent P, accreditation and rankings. And finally, the relationship because another reason of said that let's say like our moving guidance, and then they will be silent, right? So I have to take it, but what's the but I can look at the higher education landscape. All of you, I think these slides might look like to be familiar. Those who have read the national education policy. There are changes. There are several technological advances. Like big data, and now. So these are all changing the job market. Many unskilled jobs are losing. So we need a skilled workforce. In fact, the visionary here from Chandrababu is to say that don't be. That's why these smart workers are expected to be having. There is a change in the climate change, pollution, which are taking a priority role. Education sector. History of it. We're talking about pollution. News and what we are facing every day. I was spread out the rate and make us develop the state of our Pradesh. So we're looking at the multidisciplinary learning, not the learning. Also, well, observing the increasing priority of humanities and art in all the dimensions of. Similarly, there is a shift of the learning process. Earlier, we have a teaching and learning process. We are going to what the student learning. Students. Similarly, the focus is not the learning alone. You have to make the students develop the ability to learn on his own. How to learn in the subsequent life. Long learning. So obviously, the student is expected to have that kind of a ability to learn on his own.
Fine.
Also, we're much more focusing on the taxonomy. So, earlier our focus is on the technology reproducing. Maybe to little extent application of the knowledge. Now, we to students are expected to create knowledge. They should have the ability to solve the problem. We're also emphasizing more on the experiential learning, not the rote learning. That's what the focus is changing. And also at the same time, our education should be more well-rounded, useful, and also it should be able to build the gap. Now we could see that the society where we are living, we are security, right? The reels, the social media, people are talking loosely, abusing, including into the personal lives of the fellow citizens, also tarnishing the needs. So, where we are living, is it the society which are expected to live? In this society, our Mahatma Gandhi led his life, lot of freedom for me. In what we are very, I think all the educators are all on the same page. All of you might be knowing that the outcome-based education for last 2 decades, what people are talking about, like students are learning, and the focus is on the skill set, what the student is expected to learn. And what are the expectations for the higher education? Right, look at the benefit on the funded document. It's promoting the human as well as the societal well-being. Should be socially conscious, culture, humanization, equality, fraternity, and so on. But also focusing on the sustainable livelihoods and economic development of the nation. Sustainable development goals, all of you will agree with me, but all connecting to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. I agree by 2030, we are going to achieve all the 17 sustainable development goals. And that's what I said the last point, that the personal accomplishment, education purpose is personal accomplishment. Like, I'm sure to be against my. And if according to the society. Now, I knew there is a paradigm shift in the postal education also. Like most of us are from the Indian Emirates, all the departments are from engineering colleges. So, where in the postal education is where the much focus is given to add some more study subjects like humanities, arts has to be integrated together. And this will enable us to enhance the creativity among the students. That's what they're emphasizing. And from the experience learning, we have a strong relation practice with the industry. So for this purpose, they are visualizing three kinds of other education. Research intensity universities, teaching intensity universities, and then autonomous degree. Right now, we have more than 50,000 colleges across the nation. Only around 12 to 1300 universities. So, probably, even if you want to enhance the general enrollment ratio, so 50%, we need to have another 50,000 colleges. I don't think it's possible to get into future. In fact, even the government, the state as of the government, the responsibility of providing quality education to the citizens, even though it's our fundamental right, mostly in the private sector. So whether the government or private sector, I don't think it's a question to not build the institution. That's where the university also came out with the idea of the OL and ODM, the online education program. What is the process? What consolidate the institutions? Research intensive universities where the teaching and research take the equal importance. Teaching intensity is more than 50% of the time. We spend more on the teaching, the rest is on the research. Now, the autonomous degree granting colleges, they have the self-government and award the degrees. So all of these accredited colleges, they have to disappear. They have to disappear. So there is no role for the accredited colleges. So whether the group of colleges or clusters, common cluster, has got the results in the accounts. They have the authority to award the UG degree program. Whereas teaching intensive or research intensive universities, both UG, PG, PhD programs can be offered. The curriculum institutions so called, like IITs and IITs, they can be research universities. Now, rest of them, they have to decide by this time. As for the MBA, etc., many of the universities, autonomous colleges will also be integrated at the time. Probably they come out of the post-graduate. So we have to take a call on this. We have to take a call on this. Every institution has gone. By 2030, all of us expecting to be in this. So, like the ability, you could say, vertical integration of technology, but they need to also and coordinated the ideas, even though they are started as a technological universities, but they are full-fledged universities offering all sorts of education. So, whatever is available in the sky, they should be available. Anything, law, architecture, plan, everything should be available. So this is the direction which we need to move in. So it is for the challenge to the management, challenge to the rest of the public universities of the government to keep this direction. But unfortunately, none of us are thinking in this direction. Even though policy has been drafted about 6 years back, by 2030 is the mandated time. Convert them as a materials by 2035, 40, we have to identify our institutions of these big stars, but still not much serious start, not much serious action is happening in this. Let's try to look at the word of quality. Just yesterday, I was discussing with some of friends, so they're also looking, let's take our mother. The kid, he doesn't know how to express it.
లైవ్ అంతా పోతుంది ఇట్లా డాన్స్
But
చేసి
something keep on trying to learn because something. Try to identify what type of food that it is, liking, etc. And she will try to cook with the kid, the type of food which is acceptable for it. At the same time, taking care of the nourishing, etc. Nutritional ideas. I used to say that as a student, I'm very fortunate enough to have a opportunity. Accreditation, quality, etc. was talking about national education policy in 1956 award. Prior to that, we never talked about. Prior to that, now we're talking about the quality of education. All the education are ranking, etc. All the phenomena of this would have happened in the last decades. So the idea teachers, you all agree with me, that they have the lower direction, they have a complete focus on the student. They are providing an all-round education. I was a student at RS, one college, see that. The teachers, not only the classroom, outside the classroom, even though we have a club, social events, cultural events, sports events, even the faculty also used to come and sit with the students, guiding girls, helping girls, giving tips, etc., etc. They try to do that. Then who told them that they have to think about outcome-based education? Who told them that they have to fit into the parameters, accreditation, ranking, etc. There, the quality is there. So as long as the teacher is committed, as long as the teacher is committed to teach, all these things are not necessary. It's my personal opinion. But over the years, like I said, very fortunate enough to achieve an excellent balance of teachers. At the same time, I gave a second statement also. I'm not sure whether my students are feeling the same way. What I used to feel about my teachers, whether current students are feeling about us the same way. Definitely not. Definitely not. I don't say that this is like a blame or teaching. It is the circumstances, the environment, the society, all these external environmental parameters which have changed the entire teaching learning process or ecosystem. Also, the technological changes, because we never saw the internet, we never had a YouTube, we never had a online lectures, we never had a period available, right now what's available. Students like can get learning. So in this era, we need to explain it. Maybe honest, be sincere, but you have to prove that we are honest. You have to prove that we have to indicate that the society that we are honest. Or you have to exhibit that, or you have to indicate the indications or parameters which will measure us saying that we are honest in our discharging our duties. That's the phenomenon. So that's where let's try to look at what is quality. Having understood that, because let's all have an understanding about it. The quality is a degree of excellence. So they have different definitions, etc. All of you have your own experience, understanding, and concept about the quality. Even the ISO also saying that the quality of the features and characteristics of the product or service are based on its ability to satisfy. And somewhere it should that based on thinking of quality is control. My performance education. Modern countries will focus on the customer satisfaction. The customer satisfaction is brought into the quality definitions. When it earlier, I think my senior is there, he went out, right, because I am getting raised to talk about quality. So, most of the students are maybe McLaren also might be aware about the technology like quality assurance and quality control. Quality control is all about the testing process. And like I said, it's expected errors, predefined standards, performance of, etc. When quality assurance is the process where we would like to define sort of measures and different stages of service, delivery, or product formation, so that the end product is assured with a predefined. So this quality assurance can be defined as all planned and systematic activities implemented within the quality system, demonstrated as needed to provide adequate content. Entity will fulfill the requirements. Although now you might be knowing that based on such questions, all the came up from education institutions. You have NBA and all these problems, indicators to give a confidence assurance to the end user. In our case, the end user student or the parents of the student. So this quality assurance manual provides a basic document, more like several aspects like a policy, and so on. Now the term has come of the total quality management. Now engineering. So it's focusing on management system that there is a continual increase in the customer satisfaction at a continually low. This is the concept. So quality assurance from the quality. And let's apply these concepts. Education is a service. The service. So the quality education. Every state has the fundamental right to quality education. One that helps them experience because we are the security for the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. STC overall for ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all the systems. We are much far away. The reality today is we have the regulation about thinking. So the definition of the literacy is. So you need not pass the class. Right? So that is the definition. You have got the definition of the literacy. And 80% of all population is much aware of the ability. They lack the ability. This is unfortunate. So, how to say that want to become a world leader, but unfortunately, we're not able to reach the opportunity in some areas. It's important. So the quality education, the quality assurance in the higher education institution is in a complex space activity to a data-driven strategy. So we need to assure that means that we have to take the data, based on the data, be able to predict that like assuring the quality, process of each and every education. This is where your damage or the ranking will come into the system. So there are private mechanisms like your HMM audit, curriculum and teaching learning process and learning process, administrative audit like a based finance, and then the state finance commission, financial public organization, stakeholder feedback on the satisfaction on the students as well. So what should be done? The goal, accordingly, the university has brought out internal education itself. It should become a mandatory for all of us to accomplish them. To develop a quality system for conscious, consistent, and realistic program action to improve the academic and administrative performance. To promote measures for institutional functioning for quality enhancement for the internationalization of quality culture and institutional.
What about you?
Because they have several functions and something that I started from the department. Question is, where are we? Was a board of studies members of already in place. They are going to use a course on intuitive mathematics. What quite interested, I thought I asked them what is this quantitative mathematics. Then when I looked at the syllabus, it's nothing but a time distance calculation. It's simply for the bank or professional officers examination, who's down problems, right? Or maybe a person is moving 4 kilometers, then it took the left direction, then the east, west, etc. Finally says that where is he from the starting point. So this kind of a problems are there. I asked them, it is a shame on us, including as a course, because engineering means like a mathematical development. Wow. They're not school mathematics. They simply said that's or focusing on business. Students are unable to give answers to these such questions also. Hence, like them outside the classroom. He says that they said that they are not coming, even though we are having a training program. But repeating outside the classroom. So that is the reason why I'm keeping it at both. Since there are credits, they are compulsory commercial. So this is the reality. Means that the engineering students are unable to solve a simple mathematical problem. Maybe area, maybe volume, some etc. And in order to make them avoid answer such questions, we have to make the course training as a compulsory. Certainly the student is not willing to learn unless otherwise there is a case. For whom the institutions are struggling to impart this unwanted student, a student who is not at all interested in that. This is the scenario which we are working. This is very important. This is unfortunate.
It is going.
The person who is not sometimes the people said that because see that all of you might have an experience. The doctors, organization might be ending up as a scientist, etc. The teachers, the back benches of they have the backbenchers, they have the ability to crack the competitive examination like APSC or APSC. So obviously they have struggle, they want to survive, so obviously they take it. So then the success of this starts around. So that's where the people try to bring in the emotional quality, where people are trying to take into account emotions and empathy. The subject we can finally do a learning after the spiritual education. The success is for people who are having not only empathy themselves, who need our this is what we need to students, because we're always looking at the shortcuts. This kind of a disease is also teaching comments. So what is happening about the university about 2 days back? Also the way in which I every day I get 1 or 2 calls saying that sir, we do require a thesis assistance, doctor assistance, and we want a patent. Second question is vacant, third question is vacant. The first question is 20,000, second question is 20,000. So like that, wherever we take it. Recently, I visited some organization in Chivada. They're saying that we are providing admissions for the students from the foreign universities. So then you can see that the one crop, not but 1/5 of this room size, about 70 to 80 members registered are working. Ask them what they're doing. So we are not only providing their admission, we'll also process their visa, etc. And then That's the starting point for their long journey. I said, what is long journey? Of the joint wellness programs, if they get some assignments, they transfer the problem to this office. Then these guys work mostly in IT related courses. So they start working, find out the solution. It's their responsibility to see that the problems are causing us to make check, etc., etc. Then there's another solution. It's a pricing service provided by these services. So, except that, not only assignments, not only assignments, they go to the presentation. Also, to the extent of thesis. This is that Bengali people are very good in this society. So we have a branch office in Bengal. So when they go step, we'll try to engage them. And then, I said, how many theses you have assisted? He said, 5,000. 5,000 pieces, one organization that in Jivara. Okay. We are there. I will not do, I can keep on hitting. Many of us come from the government. So this is where the situation. There are four cycles of your who is the teacher? Who is the maybe retired teachers, all the people who are the service might be helping for the extra money. So they might be helping some agencies, like the China something. So on. So this is where run this business. Even though I said that it's a serious business of education, but we have to use it. Like country has identified the education system. It's actually a shame on all of us, and like society, nation. Because we have to educate without educating, without educating. What? The brains of the people, all they managing and feeding the system. So we're the victims, maybe educators, some of us are very sincere, honest, but we are helplessly watching the system. We don't know what to do. We are out of our text. Maybe beyond our working hours, like those of our friends who might be outbursting, outpouring or evolving. Then again, that's what. Now let me come back to the accreditation, another topic given by us. Why accreditation? Why accreditation? Why it is necessary? Accreditation of the program. The accreditation is something like a want to see that the program and other things. There are two levels of accreditation. So 1986, we have the National Education Policy or National Policy on Education. At that time, they were worried. They are still the symptoms of quality in the education. Then they said that we have to think about the quality. There's a term quality in education that appeared in the 86 National Policy on Education. So then, according to the outcome of that is 1994, BA, NAC, etc. organized or established these organizations where the NAC is for the institutional level or college level or university level, and BA is for the program wise, especially technical education. Not similar one setup is there, I got the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, etc. 1996. Then in 1999, there was a Washington Accord, and they're trying to equate the programs offered across the globe. Luckily, India became a permanent signatory for the 40. Even today, 25 nations have signed it, but our students are there across the globe. So, what will the equivalence learn? How they are accepting of this type of So this is the way the NBA, on behalf of the government of India, which is a signatory body, an autonomous one, which became its independence or maybe autonomy in 2010, which brought out the guidelines. They are much focused on the high quality program. That's what the third already approved. So probably these are all the objectives of the accreditation, right? We want to ensure that the graduates of accredited programs. So, for example, CBIT is the type one accredited program. So we are ensuring that the people or graduates coming out of the CBIT are possessing the minimum prescribed by the Washington Accord, right? This is what it is. This is the assurance that the parent as well as the student. Also, we are trying to ensure that for all the stakeholders. Also, we are promoting a new and innovative methods for the process and providing feedback to the education institutions where we are strong, where we are weak, etc. Based on which we need to have a collective. Unfortunately, what is happening is you are also like a drama artist, doing some kind of a action. Right? We're not doing we're only like like for example, in 2020, if your MBA team is coming and they get the program, they give you a full accreditation of 6 years, then we'll keep quiet and sleep until 2026, right? Then about 3 months, 4 months, or 5 months, or 6 months prior to the expiration of the date, again we'll start giving the SAR. Right? But we don't know, there are no SAR, there's no annual auditing of the positive last 4 years or 6 years. We'll start reconstructing. Unfortunately, there are some agencies. There are also where several people are there. Siddharth, there are several consultants. Vigilance biological program. Prepare a beautiful documents, flow charts, colorful flow charts, etc. But the question is, how many of our teachers are competent enough to write a course out or learning outcome? Take any institution, including IITs, more 10 to 20% of the faculty members are competent. The competency, unknown percentage people might be having the competency, but 10 to 20% of the people with the competency, with the interest, are writing their course outcome. Remaining people are not at all showing interest. So the teacher who is teaching some thermodynamics or transportation theory is unable to write his own course outcome. What is going to teach, communicate to the student? What are the students are there? You are training, right? You are training the students before the MBA results and training the you have to play on the dance rate, exercise, etc. So managing the school. Also say this is the process, the quality conscious process we have to be avoid. Every one of us has to believe it, practice it. This is not happening. This is happening at the management level, institutional level, principal level, or other department level. At the end of the day, we say that somehow we have to prepare a document, submit a document, play around, take those 2 days, 3 days of theory, and then after that, we'll be happy because we know that 3 years or 6 years is given, and then we're working for the nation by 6 years. This is the drama going on across all the. Of course, recently the graduate outcomes, now the program outcomes have been slightly modified from 1 to 11. This is for the graduate undergraduates and the competence level, the professional competence level, what you board has been provided. And they also brought in the concept of the knowledge and the attitude profile. And these graduate outcome program was aligned with the but one good news is that they are going to match both private and capital processes because it is by mistake or MBA over enthusiasm. Then categorize the institutions that they want to at the beginning. They should not have done it at the voting. They have done it because that mistake now they are in the process of collecting it. Matching all the tier 1 titles. There will be only 1%. The title will have 2%, right? Tier 1, tier 2% is same. Different. Now they are going to make it. One, they are making a summit and applying to the Washington Accord and getting it. So the points also have been changed criteria. Earlier we have 10 criteria, now they reduced to 9. And the internal weightage was achieved. First, they need related to the program. The last one is related to the institutional level one. So, institutional level criteria, number of weightages reduced, and also weightage was. For MTech program, they have given us 3 POs. The point then another 3 POs always based on the curriculum and also local needs and industry needs. And PG program, accreditation criteria is much more simplified. In fact, in 2014, the criteria used for the PG program is much stringent, more logical. Now, if you apply for any PG program, provided if you have the accreditation of your PG program, you are automatically got the accreditation for the PG program. There is no way of the team numbers to fix. Because I going for the export number, our hands are right down. The point is that you have to say yes or no. You cannot say no for any PG program. That's so that explains. I think it's not a special question of type 1 and type 2. Of course, we all know that there are 6 years, 3 years, and no accreditation process. So what is the UGN? And I have another question. So ranking is the one where accreditation is giving us the absolute evaluation. The ranking is giving us the relative evaluation of the. This second for the inclusion. Stakeholders to understand that where the particular institution is ranked or is expressed for the second or inferior compared to the other institution. So, since Indian universities are not performing well on the global ranking, we work so the government of India about 16, where we have started with the 4th, criteria, 4 subjects. Right now, we are about 17 criteria, like categories and subject domains 2025. Gradually increasing the number of domains as well as the. But basically, for most of the across all the categories, there are 5 criteria like teaching, learning, resources, research and professional practice, another 30%, graduation outcome 20%, and outreach and industry, another 10%. Again, it's we're also very, because all the institutions are trying to calculate this. What someone will be giving too much importance for the another ranking. As long as we are quality conscious, as long as our all stakeholders protect development of the institution, then obviously we need not worry about it. Unfortunately, another ranking focus on everybody is thinking all the administrators, all the managements, focus on small goals. Somehow they want to be top. This is the spoiling the quality of education rather than helping the quality of education. This is not my strong belief. I don't know where to get the separation. How do we do? There are several other rankings in India, not only ranking, I think many of you, many colleagues. But there are several rankings now works across the globe. Many of us, even though these are all not personal concerns. Even in another ranking, also I have my own patients. Like for example, as Karnataka said that we're trying to compare, we're trying to make the students to compare on the same criteria of categories are different. Same in the case of the education functions also. Where it is now wanted equity by the government, so we cannot where even like NITs also, NITs funding is much lower. Here funded universities, I can see that now I'm writing a state funded university. I can see that the value of getting a public loan for the service. So how to get the benefits? Because funding is available for the salary, whatever is it. whatever the other information is, come back and force it might be created. So it might be the same across all the states, not the university where I'm heading. I can say that all the universities across all the states, the nation, is happening like this. So how do you expect these state-funded university with some NIT? I'm coming to the state. How they compete? How they compete? They are surviving only on the tuition fees given by the student. Especially Andhra Pradesh, Telangana is provided in a scenario where the fee reimbursement scheme is there. For several years, several quarters, fees has not been reimbursed. Then where they get money? How they will run the? I understand. Except 5 or 6 districts, Telangana not giving a good salary. This all the pay is not being implemented. So it's all in teaching, it's a proper profession, it's all in lip service. Lip service given to the teaching community, the entire society, and the government, or etc. Because there are several private institutions that are not implementing the skills, not even the system pay. Sometimes I saw the pay given. I understand that they are not given the skills of only consolidated pay. Also, I have to say that when the unskilled labor is being provided 800 rupees, 900 rupees, because there are scheduled standard schedule of rates, 800, 900 rupees are being given. Maybe 30 days, 800, 24,000. The school teachers are getting 10,000. So I train mentally, faculty, train to impart a good education to our kids. I'm saying that they are the future of India. We're supposed to provide them through the nation. And for whom the teachers of that community, teachers who are expected to give a good education to our children, are being less than the unskilled salary. This is the irony. You say that professional engineering, right? The professional engineering is 20,000 salary consultant base given. Even a doctorate candidate are given 20,000, 60,000 rupees. It's unfair, totally unfair. There's no regulation, there's no protection for the salaries of the unions. So this is scenario, this is the actual reality scenario. So how do you compare these institutions from IITs to the accredited colleges? All of them on the same platform, on the same line, ranking there. In country, I think we should have a differential ranking pattern, separating or categorizing the various institutions. Now, look at the Western world, like Shanghai rankings, etc. The criteria of what they were after is different. For example, I visited Oxford University, and I could see that there are faculty members from 150 nations. They don't take a single bite from the government. UK government, even the UK government came forward to audit. They said no. They have the money, have the authority to fix their personal page, etc. And then they decide whom to admit, whom not to admit. And they have the faculty members from across more than 100 nations or 150 nations. So they have the diversity. They have the diversity in the faculty. In India, wouldn't have the diversity. All Indian citizens are supposed to be included as the faculty members. So obviously, we get a zero marks problem there. Similarly, you can admit only Indian students, right? In case of Telangana or Andhra Pradesh or any state government institutions, we have to admit only students from that state only. We cannot admit students from the other state also. So, very question of diversity, etc. That's why obviously we might be using the sub point. So, you could say that some of the criteria I go in the Shanghai ranking, quality education, quality faculty, quality of faculty. There is another criteria like World University ranking. See the 30% teaching, 30% citations. And citations, how many of us are doing it? How many of us are having a good citation? I have been working in 1996 onwards, like a volunteer. I know about this citations concept. Only people going to 2010 onwards, etc. Now I can see that some of our colleagues or brothers and sisters in the education field are buying the paper, the quarter one, right? Q1 journal publications, they are paying 50,000, 40,000, and to include their name, there's not really go somebody's book, and indirectly some of the managements also encourage the citations as well as the ranking. So wherever ready is an issue, not technical concept. Similarly, several ranking, now the criteria is different. Definitely, Indian institutions are in a disadvantaged positions who cannot compete the world in justice. For example, Stanford, we have their annual budget of somehow is much more than the annual budget of any of our state, and sometimes comparing with the national budget also. There's a kind of money, can you compare with that? That's an issue. Now, when it comes to leadership, especially in the education institutions, so now bottom level, middle level, many of us, even though it's not take some of us this bottom, many of us have the aspiration of becoming a leader. Maybe head of the department, I can see that when I came out of the NIT Warangal shit, because I was even like a frog and well. When I came out, then I could see that the aspirations of the people without any abilities, capabilities. People are aspiring to become an dean, director, small, vice chancellor. Sometimes they claim that just because I belong to that company. This is the reality. Leadership has to be acquired. Questions has to come to us, not to us, not be a problem. So I strongly believe that if some person wants to become a vice chancellor or a principal or another department, he should have the abilities to discharge the duties. Otherwise, after sitting there, you should be able to acquire the abilities. But many of us, about 70 and 80%, they want that question, they don't want that question, they don't want that application, but they want question. Somebody has to discharge the easy question. This is the reality happening not only in our education sector, in the government sector, public sector also. Even other industries also. This is happening. Unless otherwise you correct it. There's no point in talking about the second point is about the top leadership. Many of us believe that the vice chancellor will do the practice, or the principal will do the practice. So say that I am not given an action, some supervisor is given an action, so why should I work? So that means that we are not really educated. Because we lack the objective thinking. We are supposed to work for the organization. And we should have the working relationship with others. We should be able to accept somebody is promoted, somebody is given responsibility, I have been denied, doesn't mean that I have to help. Many people I used to argue with my friends also at the Warangal. Okay, so give me salary, it's supposed to be. I'm not taking this. There are many people thinking that only principal, if I become a principal, I will do it. But actually, more leadership roles, education, I slightly differ that academic and education leadership. The principal, electors, vice chancellors also considering the so we have an academic leadership like that. Basically, I strongly believe that the teacher is no thing on the when you go to the classroom, we have academic discussion for our next teach such a learn something. So,
ఇవాళ వచ్చిన
also the bricks will be using it.
నేను వచ్చాక
These people are
సెకండ్ ఇవాళ మన కామెంట్ ఇస్తాను రెండు కోట్లు కదా
who might be acting as a teacher.
నేను కరెంట్ ఫ్యామిలీ బాగుంటుంది మాట అరే
Then obviously, fortunately, give too much importance to the principal post, or the vice chancellor post, thinking that he will take all of it. But the one thing you learn to many of people will get to get a lot. I was reading some book on the 360 degrees leadership for one, it's good book. So it says that there are several myths about the leading from the middle of the year. Because the thing that the bottom level, nothing to be said. Like the question is, I cannot lead if I am not at the top. When I get to the top, then I will get to lead. If I want on the top, other people follow me. And when I get to the top, I will be controlled. When I get to the top, I will no longer be limited. I can't reach my optimal function if I'm not on the top level. Like this, all the thought processes observed across the flow at the middle and low level leadership. And there's nothing like that. It's the influence. As long as you deliver, as long as you discharge your duties perfectly, exactly, the organization needs, organization goals, then obviously you can always contribute. So leadership is a phenomena where we are supposed to be. So whether it is a learning outcome, whether it is like SEOs, it's all responsibility. Willing to make a SEOs is a responsibility. And similarly, the development manner, equipment of developing a procedure for the experiment. Right? Or your program coordinator, some of the programs like industry, etc. So how do you develop this program? How do you integrate your program with the industry needs, etc. That's also leadership program. Similarly, head of the department, similarly teams, etc. So I feel leadership is there at different levels, not the principal level, not the teams level. There are different leadership programs, goals made by the teachers, but as long as you discharge, then obviously the organization is good. In fact, one of my friends went to Singapore, AIT Madras, for the engineering program. They said that you treat their first years as the alumni. The student is coming to the college with the first year is admitted. They treat them as a future alumni. So what we are expecting from the alumni? Because alumni are becoming the main stakeholders of the development of the industry. All agree. Across the globe, there's a sea change or outlook because alumni are the main stakeholders. You also contribute to the policy making. You also provide the resources and financial stability. If alumni is expected to kind of bonding, affection, love towards the institution, he should leave the institution with the good memories. Right? Good memories he should leave. But unfortunately, well, liability. The teacher has like a technical role, not only teaching in the classroom. Outside the classroom also we have to engage. Outside the classroom also we have to nurture his character, personality, etc. Similarly, if a student is going to some academic section, get a certificate. If the clerk, superintendent is not delivering properly, you're not giving a response properly, not helpful. Is going to toilets are not maintained properly clearly, or classrooms are not maintained clearly properly. So every employee, every stakeholder of the institution has a role to play. So that is, as long as they're in charge, then the quality will automatically come. Not only maintaining the facilities, not only classroom teaching. We're talking about always classroom teaching, outside the classroom teaching class. Similarly, if student comes out with a problem, he wants to have work, and then you may need a few thousand rupees for experimentation. Who deny it? Who will always try to appreciate the point of view. How may say that this is not possible, that is not possible, etc. Are you interested in small needs of each generation to protect? Are we making his life more comfortable in hostels? able to provide good food? Are you able to provide a good environment, the ambience? All this will include, all this contribute to the enhancing the quality of the teaching process. So I feel every teacher has a role to play. I don't know if you have the question or not questions. So with question or without question, every one of us is a leader. And as long as the teacher does this perfectly, then automatically quality comes. Then I don't think you require another system. What of mouth would say that this institution. I have very good opinion about much longer before. We started in 48 years we are saying that. Another ranking came, not 10 years, right? Another ranking came in 2016 at all. But before that, even the students who started joining CBIT, even though they're getting a seat in the Osmani University or going to why they are leaving? Why they were ranking? We have a ranking. Did anybody tell that the MBA attendance is there? Because the perception of the university and the college is that is a good institution. Actually. This was there. From there, non-measurable question to now we are trying to measure it. We are trying to measure non-quantitative. Because whenever the doing PhD, you must have a quantitative or qualitative way. So ranking is not only quantifying the quantifiable parameters, there are non-quantifiable parameters. There also are things. So no ranking is perfect. With that word, thank you very much for thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I request our principal, sir, and MLA, sir, to honor Professor C.S. R. K. Prasad, sir.
Switch off this. నన్ను ఎక్కడ చూడు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాను చూడు పోలేదు పోయింది.
We now going to lunch and please assemble. Lunch is on the second floor and please reassemble at 2 o'clock. About this meeting.
ఏమైంది ఏది ఆప్ చేసిన చూడు ఆంజీ ఆంజీ అన్నీ పోయినాయి. వీటి పవర్ పోయినాడు కెమెరా ఏంటి.
I request everyone to please reassemble at 2 p.m. Thank you.
మళ్ళీ ఆన్ చేసి చెప్తారు అవన్నీ మొత్తం ఏది పని చేయట్లేదు మేడం. మీరు పంపించారు ఆఫ్టర్ నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు అది డిస్ప్లే చేయండి. డిస్ప్లే చేసి ఏమో ఏమైంది ఏమవుతుంది అట్లా కేబుల్ సైజ్ చెక్ చేయాలి. లాస్ట్ టైం చెప్పిన కేబుల్ చెక్ చేయాలి. ఊరికే మధ్యలో రాబోతుంది. ఇంకెందుకు మళ్ళీ పోతుంది. ఈ రోజుకి అయిపోయింది కానీ రేపు వచ్చి చెక్ చేయి. పైన కింద కరెక్ట్ సెట్ చేయి. పోతుంది. అయితే ఎందుకు అవుతుంది? డిస్కనెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది. సరే వెళ్ళు.
రాజేష్ నేను వచ్చాయా టిఫిన్
ఏమైంది? డిస్ప్లే రావట్లేదు. చాలా తెప్పిస్తాడు. ప్రిన్సిపల్ మనకి ఎప్పుడు అన్ని ఆఫ్ చేసినట్టు ఆఫ్ చేసి ఏమైంది చూడు. ఆ స్కిల్ కూడా పట్టింది. ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ డిస్ప్లే డిస్ప్లే పోయింది. ఇప్పుడు ఎన్ని గంటలకి చూద్దాం.
ఒకసారి కనెక్ట్ అయిందంటే ఓకే అండి.
చేయండి సార్ కనెక్ట్ చేయండి.
ఇక్కడ ఉంటున్నాను
ఇక్కడ కాదు బోర్డు ఇక్కడ నా ల్యాప్టాప్ తినగలమా తెలుసా పర్లేదా
మీరు ఉండే Hello. CDC.
అమ్మా దీంట్లో మెయిల్ ఓపెన్ చేసి డిస్ప్లే చేయొచ్చా? డిస్ప్లే రికార్డింగ్
I want to call them like. Which is the father is
Apaan lagi? ఇప్పుడు
Ilgili crackling. Okay. WhatsApp అక్కడ పెట్టాలి కదా రౌండ్ వేసారు మరి
Next session will be about start. We will see all of you in the practical lessons. I request the delegates preside with the delegates from and simply results.
Which is needed. So as you see, boys know, today we see the national science day. The people practice in CBIT for the best This was nice day. Because of this summit and some other program. So, let's have spend some time. With this, we will get to see you on. And discovered was a new level, was a another level, laminate to section good. I also request our vice principal and process also join. Also, everybody police department faculty and town department. We can also take the same.
ఇంకేమన్నా సార్ ఫోటోస్ కోసం అది కనుక కంప్లీట్ స్క్రీన్ అందుకని ఇస్తాం ప్రొజెక్టర్
His scientific genius made his legacy inspire our pursuit of excellence. National scientific field, women in science and devices celebrates India's unwavering commitment to scientific excellence and women-led innovation. It reaffirms the vision of empowering women researchers and innovators as key drivers in building a self-reliant, progressive, and developed nation.
ఒకసారా ఇదేనా మీ దగ్గర ఉన్న పీపీటీ ఇదేనా చూడండి ఒకసారి మీ దగ్గర ఉన్న పీపీటీ
ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ అదే సార్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్మేషన్ డివిజన్
అక్కడ పెట్టేసాను వాట్సాప్ ఆన్ ఉందా దాన్ని పెట్టేస్తా
పెట్టేస్తాం
అదే నాకు ప్రిన్సిపల్ సార్ పంపించారా
Good afternoon and welcome back. It's time now to invite Professor S. Venkatraman sir onto the dais. I invite Professor S. Venkatraman sir onto the dais.
student body. Thank you, madam.
What a part of
And I will be Sullivan, student coordinator, to welcome sir with his family. I consider it my privilege to introduce Dr. Vijay from Professor, Associate Professor of Operations Management at IIT Lucknow, and a distinguished author with over 30 years of academic and consulting experience. So that's from our university with research residency at IIM Bangalore. Completed his postdoctoral fellowship under the Singapore MIT Alliance at Nashville Technological University and was a full-time visiting scholar at Arizona State University. Service research span, operations and supply chain management, healthcare systems, and MSME competitiveness with 20+ German publications. Service delivered executive education and consultancy for leading government bodies and multinational corporations, and is the recipient of the Dale Mehta Best Teacher Award. With great respect, I invite Dr. Venkat Ramanaya sir, MD, CBIT. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Sincere thanks to the organizers of today's event and the chairman and the members of CBIT and the invited members of this day's function. We have eminent people here, including Professor CSRK Prasad Raghu and the others. My sincere thanks to all of you. Coming to my topic, as usual, Dr. Bala, he always gives reasonable challenges. So I am one of them. So I have to do my bit. That I am also very happy to see not only one activity happening, at least this is the within the day. There was one session that I interacted with some of the teachers. Now it will be very prestigious activity celebrating National Science Day. And two, recognizing the contributions of women STEM. My hearty congratulations to all those, I would say, the great people who are managing the STEM. I have a small request because there are a lot of people, and my request was to bring our Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNTU of Canada. Reasonably putting the upfront requests. So this is one of them. We have ISRO, SHAR is our pride of the, I would say, United Telugu States. And there is a lot of women who have contributed a lot of things in the space project. I've been suggesting this wherever I go. So I am here in my own Telugu states. So I think if I don't appeal that, then I feel it's my duty. So I think it's a good time to start and name them, honoring them, maybe a laboratory say, for example, there is one Kavita, who has become very popular due to the last time satellite successful launch of that satellite. She is one of the very prominent women scientists who are involved at a very senior level position. There is also another professor from ISC Bangalore, who was a civil engineering, structural engineering professor. He has also got the wonderful recognition worldwide. I think we have good number of such things to celebrate and set up at least some laboratories in their names. That's my personal appeal to all those who are in the university positions. I call this as the opportunity for me to start with that kind of example or request. This is appropriate for my topic also, transformational leadership. I'm not going to talk about the theory. I'm not going to talk about big people and all. Whatever I observed as a simple academician in academics, I draw my interaction with all of you based on my experience with Gindi Engineering College, Chennai, Anna University, IIT Madras, and to some extent outside India, Nanyang University, Nanyang Technology University, and also as part of my Fulbright, I was associated with Arizona State University and
Yes, sir.
Harvard University, Harvard University, to some extent MIT. And now my current organization, I am learning and immediate previous organizations, two organizations, I am Indore and I am Koikot. So my examples are going to be from that. It's not too old or it's not just recent, but it is relatively enough for us to draw some meaningful things. So I want to start with this. So very important thing is where we are living today is the digital era. We are using this word very liberally. Digital. My style is slightly different and up to outcome session, very difficult to engage also. So let me start with that. There will not be any evaluation marks and there will not be any chocolate also for the right answer or wrong answer. No penalties for wrong answer. I want you to tell me what is digital according to us, according to you. What is digital? Anybody can answer. What is digital? You give your own definition of digital or explanation of digital with some simple example where even a grandchild in our home can understand what is digital. This is my style. I'm sorry for that display of that style here. What is digital? Any? Replicable. There are a lot of things without digital can also be replicable. Okay, right. I agree. No problem. Not analog. Very good. Are you computer science? Is he? Is he professor? Please identify yourself also, sir. Management team system. Okay. Basic degree. Very good. I think engineers should learn from you. Particularly computer science engineers. There's any other answer, please? Online computing. Excellent. 0 or 1. Analog versus digital is actually discrete. The base of digital is discrete. And that discrete is 0, 1. This is not my own definition. I came to know few months back. Till then, I didn't even know what is digital. I was thinking that digital means automation, digital means technology, digital means speed, digital means X, Y, Z. We have all learned this, what is analog and what is digital, but we fail to put it into perspective and that too in the class. If you make your students clear about these things, I think they will start doing it. We may say that our children are not listening at home, particularly sons. Those of you who have sons, you know the pain. Daughters are good. Daughters, at least they behave that they listen. They will display that they are listening, whether they follow or not, that is a different story. So that is what is the digital today. So acting as if you are saying, nodding your head. Yes, yes is one, no is zero. So 0 or 1 you see everywhere. Every transaction at the end of the day is converted into 0, 1. You know the magic of 0, 1. So we are in the world of 0, 1. That is what my definition of digital era means. We are in the era of digital means we are 0 or 1, either yes or no, nothing in between. Whereas many of us who are here, we have transformed, or rather we are still in the transformation that we are fuzzy. We are neither 0 nor 1. That means we are neither analog nor digital. We are sitting here. And we are handling with, or we are handling the generation which is purely 0, 1. You do whatever that you need to do. That is what is the prime requirement of individuals today. And that too methods, either in the class, in the school, or a college, or at home. I think their job is much more difficult. I empathize with all of them. And we, at least in my simple perception, we dedicate this to all women in study. Right. Reasonably good in that. So connecting because I'm in the management institute also. So, right. What is transformational leadership? Anyone, please? Transformational leadership. Anyone answer? Yeah. Adapting changes. Adapting to. Okay. Right. Anything else? So my simple definition is what works today may not work tomorrow. Simple definition. I am reasonably good in this because I was trained by MIT. Tech. I am also tech, I am also management, I am also engineering, not a science. So yes is missing in me, right? What is today may be outdated by today evening. That is what is the definition of transformation. Nothing is going to guarantee that it is going to work tomorrow. If work today, you are lucky. If it didn't work tomorrow, you are still lucky. You should still be able to find the solution. So that's what I mean. And in this direction, I was part of some exercises. So I'll share that quickly because the time is very limited. So I promise that I will leave this stage by 3 o'clock. So let me stick to that. Okay. So I will not exceed my time. This landscape you already know. The enrollment, etc., etc. These numbers are very well known, and the NEP is our coming units. At country level, we have seen the policy change in the higher education, particularly, unless that is been implemented effectively at the ground level at all institutions, including private, public, or even someone coming from outside India. They all also have to follow the rule of the game. That is our national education policy. And in fact, we wrote an article during COVID time, myself and my PhD student. COVID was there. How many of you think that COVID is a good opportunity, particularly for education? How many of you agree? You all agree? Is there anyone who do not agree? Raise your hand. Do not agree. Do not agree. Okay, so I'll take a separate interaction with you. And it is a prescription for change. That is the title of the article. Is COVID prescription for change? You can browse and see also afterwards, not now. COVID-19 is a prescription for change. I related with the question mark. Is COVID-19 a prescription for change? We focused on responsible supply chains. The article name was responsible supply chain. We need responsible education. We need responsible teachers. We need responsible parents. We need responsible students. I was very happy to listen to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of the LDU Cabinet that the way he answered the parents, I don't want to repeat that to avoid embarrassment, that you should be a responsible citizen. Automatically everything fall in place. So please put this. I have no hesitation to say one more. Set up a center for responsible education, set up a center for responsible business, set up a center for responsible innovation. Please add that name if you can't do anything else. At least add that name and work towards that. There are fundings available, responsible centers for business, responsible business management, responsible centers. So I think we need, it is the need of the hour, I should say, that responsible education. Okay. So, and this digital maturity, etc. We have already seen this, how our investment in both education and non-education, for example, Aadhaar and several other technologies, the way it is helped during the crisis time of COVID. I think no other country has achieved the way we have achieved that kind of impact. I think one Aadhaar is more than sufficient for us to demonstrate to the rest of the world that even today we have COVID certificate, vaccination certificates, electronically, anywhere you go in India. I think if you are not using electronic digital media, you are backward. The smallest of the smallest transaction is also done on digital. I think that demonstrates that if you are not using that kind of technologies in the education, I think you will not be qualified to be disqualified also. So LMS platforms are now AI also is coming up. So the enrollment trends is the evidence. So some numbers to put the things in perspective. Thanks to Government of India Education Ministry, they have spent hundreds of crores or thousands of crores to develop this the NPTEL portal, NPTEL courses. So my sincere request to all the teachers and the administrators who are here, leaders who are here, please encourage everyone, particularly teachers, to start using that. So I don't mind again incentivizing, saying that each teacher, at least in their course of subject area, they should do these 5 courses first, followed by the students to do that. I being a teacher in management, what are the courses in my course on SWAYAM that is available? Please complete that first. There is a lot of resource available on digital, but if you look at the utilization of that, is like many budgets. Many budgets is a huge. When you look at the end of the year, another budget. What is the utilization of this budget? I leave it there stage. So my request to you is, first let the teachers who are here, in whatever capacity you are, including me, and I am telling this to my students also. When I am teaching my operation management course, I say that you enroll for another course on MOOCs platform, either it is India course or outside India course. Top 3-4 institutions or SWAYAM, for that matter, SWAYAM is one of the highly utilized digital platforms for learning. You do that course, you listen to me, and after coming to my class, you go back and listen to that, so that you will have the better size of this. So I also do some more things that I would say that I will include those questions in my quiz. That kind of gimmicks also I do. If wherever it is possible, please follow. Don't take it otherwise. Don't think that I am trying to post so many things. Whatever little bit I am doing, I am sharing. Shared resource is very important. What is digital? Another important thing is what is available for you is available for everybody else also. You are a student in Hyderabad and there is a student in the remotest part of this world. They know much better than what a student in Hyderabad knows about digital, my dear friends. I am seeing that kind of sharing and CAT admissions. I can tell you the evidence. Today, just day before yesterday, An IAS officer came and asked how many people come from each state. Surprisingly, out of 60 children, 6 children are from, can you guess the state? Out of 60, 6 children in one class are from a very important state. That is, you will not even know that state name. Many of us may not be knowing that state that easily. Can you guess now what is that state? Who said Jharkhand? Who said Jharkhand? Oh, great. 6 out of 60 children are from Jharkhand in IIM Lucknow, in my class. What does that mean? The other aspect of digital is most democratic. Democratization of governance, democratization of economy, democratization of education, democratization of freedom. Digital, without digital, no world, which you already know. I don't want to tell you those things because you know my community. Yes. So, simple, you name any IIT, NIT, any institution for that matter. I don't think you will find any institution, whatever small or big or private or government or whatever it is, they are doing. Rather, NGOs are doing pretty good. How many of you are aware? How many of you are aware that there is one organization called CLE, Continuous Learning and Empowerment, is promoted by my close friend. That's how I know. It is doing not only for the children from remotest part of the villages, it is doing for the children who are in cities like Bangalore, cities like Hyderabad, cities like Chennai, those who do not have access to any other source. Please visit internet on CIE, Continuous Learning and Empowerment. It is developed by, promoted by bunch of people from IIT. So, right. IIMs, come to IIM. Great model. We have 3 years, 4 years, 5 years tenure of this leadership. Either it is IIT or IIM or universities, etc., etc. They come from either the same institute or from different institutes. They want to do something different. There's no doubt. Everyone wants to do something different, something new. Look at all these institutions. I was listening to Sir also. The way he has implemented some of the learnings in the last 6 months itself is amazing to know. Partnerships. You can't do alone. Collaboration, partnerships. Competing with your, collaborating with your competitor, that is the philosophy or the theory in supply chain. Competing with your competitor. Collaborating with your competitor is the co-optation. So there is also another book called, I think some of you might have read at least management faculty, that working with your enemy. How many of you read that book, please? Working with your enemy. So please read it, particularly those of you who are here and maybe aspiring for next level. You should read this book. And the other book that I very fondly use, last session I gave that example, but I don't want to repeat that today. So that's why I'm inviting it. Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely is the other book that we should know. We are, particularly those who are sitting, even HOD, they are not able to read what they are supposed to read. That is what is missing. The first and foremost important thing for our any level of leadership, sir already said, leadership is not at the top alone. At every level there is a leadership. I would say leadership means self-initiative. That's all. Initiate on your own. If you can initiate, automatically it is executed. If somebody tells, there is no guarantee that it's going to be completed. If you initiate something on your own, you make 100% sure that it will be completed. If you follow somebody, then there is a danger of not completing. I would say any project to be completed is the self-initiation is the prerequisite. The highest important capital is self-initiation. So I think you could see a lot of you must be also doing a lot of things. So making use of that opportunity by the top leadership is also very important. We want to do something that should be facilitated by your head of the organization for that matter. Okay, I can tell you 100 number of examples, but no time. Yes. So adaptation of these alumnus, and there are a lot of things. I think somebody said based on the literature review and all survey, university system is going to die. How many of you agree that universities are going to exit like dinosaurs? Yes, I think if my guess is not wrong, maybe in next 15 to 20 years, if we survive, I think that's a great. We have evidence of our own Indian institution, Indian universities are worldwide. Great cities have gone, great universities have gone, great emperors have gone. Nothing is permanent. So it's also going to go. The university system of education is also going to go. But how soon or later is the question mark. We have the cases of Tachasila, all those situations where they have world's number one. Look at that evidence. World's best companies at one point in time, they are not in business. Kodak gone, Nokia gone, several others gone. Many of the existing people also is going to go, including social media, Facebook, Amazon. Only time matters. So unless we adapt to the change. And partnerships with the global books, we have in IAM, all IAMs. We have a technology partner for all our online courses, MDPs, and several other courses, including blended MBA. IAM Lucknow is pioneering, I would say, and I take pride in that saying. IAM Lucknow is pioneering introducing variety of new courses, new programs. We have now regular MBA, IABM MBA, SM Sustainable Management MBA, and now we are coming out with a family business MBA. Very soon we are launching it. And 2 undergrad programs are also going to come. Our new director of the institute is going to make that announcement soon. And we are also, the program is in almost final stage of launching joint MBA in healthcare management in collaboration with IIT Kanpur and IIT. So these collaboration talks, you may be thinking that IIT is my competitor. No, unless you collaborate, I can tell you one more theory that I understand reasonably well. What makes you to collaborate? Let me ask the audience. You are the best of the country. I can say you're all. We should assume at least that they are the best. Please tell me what makes you to collaborate. Anyone can answer. I'm sorry, don't take it to the waste. Huh? Mutual benefit. No. Competition. No. Competition. No. No. Any power place. Now you will prove yourself. Collective effort. No. Synergy. No. You don't need synergy to collaborate. You can collaborate with anybody. No. No. Big no. That's not politics. Who is collaborating with whom and why? The political party that gets one MLA seat is following the. Is what I learned from my stay at Bangalore. I read reasonably. I don't read a lot. I read reasonably. Your survival is at stake. When your survival is at stake, you will compromise and collaborate. Simple. Everything else is secondary. When your survival is at stake, this is the biggest theory in management. If you do not know this, then what are we? If you have a leadership, when your survival is at stake, however big you are, however small you are, even the smallest of the smallest, you will collaborate. That's what you see. Biggest companies are collaborating with the smallest amount. even collaborating with mouse, you will see that. I can tell you one more. The smallest healthcare company in Noida is going to be founded by 2 engineers from IIT Roorkee and 2 doctors from Delhi. Collaborated with none other than Maruti, Jain, automobile Jain, Maruti, for COVID time ventilator assembly. You might have seen that news. And both sides, one side doctor is my good friend, other side Maruti guy is my own PhD student. This collaboration realized within 24 hours from the government. The government also said, fine, go ahead. As a result of that, this collaboration, smallest, never thought that it is going to happen. I can tell you honestly, I was instrumental in bringing these 2 people this kind of 1 I can talk to anybody if there is a purpose. I'm sorry to say this. Please don't take it out. With that feeling only, I started recommending so many things. Here, you should do this, you should do this also. You may be thinking, am I doing? Yes, I am doing. I was going to tell that. Yes. So, digital entrepreneurship, some numbers. These are some evidences, data. Yes. What is the space? Undergrad students, postgrad students, working professionals. And if you put this number perspective today, that last one may be far exceeding the others, or maybe coming together so the large extent. Right. Faculty digital engagement. How many of you attended online FDPs? Please raise your hands. How many of you are disengaged within half an hour? Tell me. You don't need to tell me, please. If you cannot engage with the digital, do you think your students can? The problem is not the digital. The problem is how long you engage with the digital is the problem. So that kind of content you should create. That kind of challenge is here is not the digital. Challenge is content development for the digital platform. Cannot be same. You cannot record your session and put it for the use and students will watch that. Think that will fail miserably. Include yourself. You record your session for 10 minutes and watch same 10 minutes session. I will incentivize the best possible way. Your 10 minutes you will complete in less than 1 minute. Yes or no? So the content design and development for such kind of learning cannot be same as your offline mode. We have changed the mode, but we have not changed the learning mechanism and the way it has to be designed. Reels. So we should start launching the reels for the topic. I will do that in course of time. I have launched a video introduction of my course on healthcare management. IIM Bangalore students before COVID, not during COVID or after COVID, before COVID. They don't want to read a 1-page details about the course that they want to choose. They asked, sir, can you give a 2-minute video bite introducing your course? How many of you know that recruiters are using video series? Video series. Yes. At IIM in Lucknow, and I was the placement chair, I asked my students to upload their video series. Half of the people who are not ready. You know why? They are not confident. So please understand this. Many of us, including me for a long time, coming this side was a big tough task for me. Today, I don't even need to tell you, you are seeing me, watching me. Thanks to my teachers. Thanks to those kind of people who have provided me that platform. So platform is all about, the platform matters. So make your students, children, everything, including your own colleagues. Many of us are very hesitant to communicate. Communication skills are very bad. I can tell you one more thing. How many of you are aware that the cat enjoyed its prestige for a very, very long time, even now? In the cat admission process, the entire world, only India is the country where you conduct one entrance exam and again the interview, admission is longer than any job interview. 15 to 20 minutes interview is being conducted for any individual candidate. You can imagine? Just calculate the effort. How many consulting hours, how many crores of rupees, what time is being spent on admission process? We all state that, I want to be closer to IIM. You can never be closer to IIM, I'm sorry to say. I have gone to university to get the IIT to IIM. IIT and IIM is completely different, I can tell you. It is as different as your left and right. There's no doubt. There are few IITians, IIMs. I can answer in my own style. I'm sorry to say this. You can never be same. Even if you follow the same process, you can never be same. That is the USP that has been created. How many of us have idea or patience or idea to or thinking that we want to change something? I can tell you honestly. GD was there for more than 30 years. Dr. Barlai, who is here, is the evidence for that. You can even check. Till 2010, CAT admissions, GD was the boss. If you do well, in GD, you can say the candidate will come saying color up or thumbs up. Today, everybody is thumbs up, thumbs up. Because everything was out of top. So your instrument, your question paper, I would call it. The GD is a part of the question paper. Your GD has really lost its relevance. Your GD has lost its relevance. So you have to introduce something different. I can proudly say that English means was introduced that called written ability test within IIM system. Nobody knows. How many of you know? How many of you believe that it is done by me? Even now. Do you believe or not? Yes, you have to believe. Double, not single, double. That is the leadership that I enjoyed, that I enjoy. I can proudly announce his name also. He is none other than Professor Ravichandran. He is alma mater teacher. He wanted to do something new. He only said, Venkat, can you change the process? Yes, sir, done. And the same institute, the same year, 5-year integrated program of IIM Indore. How many of you are not aware? Not aware. Everybody aware, right? Is there anyone who is not aware of IIM Indore's 5-year integrated program called IPMAT, IPM? Very good. It was started in 2011. And I had the opportunity and freedom to conduct that entrance examination on the day of my son's birthday. Yes. Yes, in the entire country. Yeah. That time, no degree awarding status also there for the institute. And ISRO was invited to offer correspondence course for all these children to get the recognized degree. Without even having a recognition to the 5-year program was launched. I think that is a great transition in higher education in this country. Very good. Very good. So the point I want to tell you is that you have to do something different, something new. That's all I will say. That will create some distinction, some leverage on that. Just by saying digital, nothing is going to happen. Digital has to be put in perspective. That's my point. Okay. Collaboration, be it IIT, or IIM or any other institute for that matter, or
Fine, fine.
like you. You got that. You can elevate the input to our degree. What is wrong? What is wrong? They ask you, how many of you have people in your organizations who have got a single degree or at least one degree from Keynote? Yes. Even today, your degree is much tougher than many universities, the way you are getting the degrees. I can challenge them. Right now, I am a student of MBA. I'm not an MBA, by the way. Very good. Very good. Lifetime. World's largest university is it. So everybody can collaborate for anything. So we have such kind of systems in this country, not less. So virtual labs, certainly the bank credits. So now the latest announcement by IIT Bombay, 23 IITs, I think 23 IITs, students can spend a course or a term wherever you want. I think that is a big disruptor in the higher education in this country, and I think even any other development also will not be having this. Example, Erasmus fellowship, this, that, etc. Ivy League of schools, and so on and so forth. Here, there also there may not be this kind of facility. I think thanks to our leadership in MEP, I think a lot of good things are happening. The timing is very, very right time. Right. So next 2-3 minutes, I will close this thing. Yes. So we have all this. So emotional intelligence. Don't want to get into that. Yes. Innovation in research, innovation and research. I would call it as a lot of people have innovation centers, Atal Innovation Center, institutions for innovation, etc. There is a lot of networks also. So innovation-led curriculum, innovation-led adaptation. We already have that. The AI technologies, lot of startups are coming into picture. I think at our own university levels, our new startups into it. I think they can make a much more impact than anybody else who are coming from outside, etc. They can do our job better. It is like developing our own internal systems. I want to give you one example of industry academia collaboration. Which state in this country is good at industry institute collaboration, according to you? Yes, which state? It is Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, no doubt. These are the two states. And but the Maharashtra to some extent, yes. Maharashtra too. Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu are the industry institute collaboration extraordinary. I can tell you a number of examples of Gandhi Engineering College, Anna University. AUTVS Center for Global Quality Management set up in 1993. Not now. There are several such industry research centers and other centers which have been established, which were not even there even today at IIT. I'm sorry to say. If you compare the scale, they are the pioneers. Because they can see the fruits of that. I also call, there are two places I could say innovation hubs. If you say the first is at country level China, the other city which can compete with China is this country. You know which is that city? I leave a lot of questions. Leave many of you with a lot of questions. Which city is the most innovative city in India? No. You are number one in biryani production. No. 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 Coimbatore, check. Lot of J products, lot of things. Even companies were established by duplicating the advanced countries equipment, heavy equipment. I don't want to name them here on this platform. Yes, I may be biased, but it's okay. So, global competitiveness, Sam has already said. You cannot compare Indian rankings or your Indian institutions cannot participate because our dimensions of training and development and research is completely. Forget about that. Now in the IIM ranking for IIMs, how many other state students are in IIM Lucknow? IIM Lucknow is in UP. There is a component of diversity. Within the country diversity, I can tell you. How much percentage of students are from other than UP is also one dimension. I don't even know what is the gender diversity. The state-wise diversity, program or qualification-wise diversity, NIR ranking is checking everybody. So I think it's better to accept that and proceed with that. Yes. Global faculty partnerships and so on and so forth. So future outlook is no doubt it's good, provided if we are saying that AI is going to take away many jobs, that first job is teacher job. Please be ready. If AI is going to take away many jobs, it's going to take away. But whereas in teaching already taken away. Please look at your own student, your own child at home. How much they are studying from the class book and how much they are studying from the mobile book. Already out. So any profession which is going to be outdated, due to AI, it will be teaching first. Right. So personalized adaptive learning. So you can customize. Have you heard about Inaugural at one point in time? How many of you are aware of Inaugural? Very good. The personalized teaching one-to-one excellent model. This year was the promise of program. I don't know what's happening to the technology now. And expansion of online degrees. You name any institute, forget about university and IIM and IIT. Everybody has at least one or two online versions of the program. I don't know where from people are coming and why they are coming. So the digital leadership is, of course, is completely different. What I mean is, allow digital technologies in every day-to-day life, including your exam. If you can allow ChatGPT in the final exam, I think that will be possible. But you have to design such a question. Let me honestly, if you can challenge yourself that I can design a question paper, let my students take anything that they want, anywhere that is available, including not only ChatGPT. I do this little bit challenge at my level, not too much, my level, my class, my course. I say that you are free to use ChatGPT also in my class, but you have to answer in less than whatever time. Fastest figure first. That you can't beat. Yes. Everything else has changed. Examination, question paper, writing exam, and marking has not changed. At the end of the day, you have to get a mark to get your degree. Okay. So, and I think you have already seen technology, how it is making the difference. And a lot of Padma awards and Padma awards, you can see the evidence that we celebrate that kind of country is celebrating. See the, it is like Padma awards is like a Nobel of the country. So you can see the current, just latest year, how many people got such awards from academia. That is the evidence that we are doing. I think we need to do much more. So IITs, IIMs are not the exception, but there are not institutions. Go to a school. I must tell you honestly, how many of you are visiting schools? You should go to school level to understand how you should, how backward you are. Go to your children's or your friends' children's schools to understand how technology savvy is the schools today. We are far behind them compared to school kids. They can do wonders. So the leadership determines the future goal positioning. I can tell you honestly. I can create my own experience, be it Delhi, be it at Delhi, be it at Indore or Lucknow or Keynote. The top leadership is highly receptive. You want to do something different, they will not communicate with you. When you say that if you ask for 1,000 rupees, you may give you 400, 300 rupees. Maybe budget cut may be possible. If you don't go with the budget request, then anything that you want, it cannot be written. So for budget, look forward for budget outside this. You should generate. So such kind of revenue generation, I think we have to take that response. I would call it as use digital to create your own minimal revenue resources or financial resources to pursue your hobby. If your child ends with their pocket money, you will not come in your way. So use digital to create basic minimum seed funding to do what you want to do. With that, I will stop here. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Thank you, Principal, sir. And sir. Please follow out.
Before we get to this answering questions, if there is anything or what we have posted, you are free to post it in LinkedIn also. Answer as quickly as possible.
I would like to inform you all that Dr. K. Ravi Acharya, sir, Vice Chancellor from CBIT University, South Africa, could not join us today due to unavoidable reasons, but sir has sent his best wishes for all of us. Now it's something to invite Professor Elvin Sai sir on the dais. Master, the passionate motivator, dynamic coordinator, and participated educator whose life mission is to inspire many minds. Having served earlier and continuing to make arrangements and decisions to step away from administrative leadership, he pursued his larger vision of youth empowerment. His philosophy is profoundly articulated in his book, Individual Social Responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Distinct dignitaries, esteemed academicians, principals, directors, deans, and fellow members from the teaching fraternity. A very good afternoon to all of you. First, let me congratulate CBIT for bringing about such a national seminar, inviting a lot of leading academicians to come to this venue. And we had a galaxy of experts who have been addressing all of you right from morning, because I know some of them in person. We are talking about transformational leadership, accountability, responsibility, so many things we keep talking about it. We're almost more than 75 over this country. A time has come we need to introspect yourself. Why not even 75 institutions are not appearing in the world rankings? It's a time all of us need to introspect. I don't think every institution can compete at that level. Why not top 20% of the institutes of the country can reach that level? Where the drawback is? Drawbacks one can talk many things, but let's see what we can do in transforming the scenario. We have been talking about leadership. What is leadership we're talking about? Leadership just to run the institution, just to really see that we are getting LBA, NAC, or whatever we talk about, land use and farm. Is that what we're talking about? What is it? We all claim we have vision and mission and so on. When is that vision is going to be reality? Don't know. Are we really serious? First, I should contact me yesterday afternoon. He said, this is the problem I have, I want to come. I said, sorry, I'm having one tour. It's really difficult for me, but it's 50 minutes. This morning, 8 o'clock, I started from window, self-driving, very 1 o'clock, refresh, and average. That is the responsibility. I don't get this money. I don't charge any money to any person, so most of it will be personal. That is a responsibility to have it. Now, I rightly said how much repetitive preparation to go to the class. So many new subjects are coming up. Every day something new comes up. What is our preparation for English? We all talk about patents. How many of those patents are commercially viable? Industry is ready to pay and take those patent rights. What is effort you are putting in? Sometimes actually you are equating the wrong person because I happen to talk about food is all better, what will you do? Now we are somehow, though we claim we are recommending leaders, we are running more as managers, not leaders. Manager is only interested day-to-day activities, weekly activities, monthly targets, annual targets. That's all what we should teach. A leader has to have vision. How we would like to transform the organization over the next 5 years, 10 years, make our vision. And are we working towards this plan? Let's say take a picture in the next 5 years, we're going to see that my institution is so like that. Don't just tell me I get my MBA in NAC and all. I don't want to talk much on that. I know how it happens. Can we not aim at competing the world rankings? There's hardly happening in the world rankings. About the minutes of time, I will be working with you. And you talk about other institutions. What is that going to say? It's not time, it's not time to introspect. Retrospect and prospect for the future. Don't come back and tell me we have results, we have 90% placements, 95% somebody 90% placements. That's all bold talk. I recall when I entered the field of education, joined my postgraduate program. Government was more considered gross enrollment question of higher education. That is the concern they had. From there, we moved to gross employability. How many of them are employable? In this topic, you know how many of them are. Just 24% of graduates are not employable. Be it engineering or medicine or BA, BSc, what do you talk about it? Just 25% graduates are not employable with the right kind of jobs. They will get one jobs. 75% students want to graduate about it. Should we not own the responsibility? It's easy to blame the students. So that's what can I do? What is the role we are playing in transforming those boys and girls? That's my concern now. Don't ever discard. There is nothing wrong with the student community alone. The problem is parents and teachers. Today, parents are not giving quality time to the children. Quality time. Don't say, I'm in my high electronic items. Who are there? Because of this conflict, people go around 9 o'clock now, and then maybe come back around 8, 9 o'clock, then have to spare time. Are we at least giving time in the weekends to the children? Even if you calculate how much percent you write, why the subject is less, why so? These are marks are not important. Mark will practice. Why we are running for nobody? We know most of it about the recruitment process. Except the government and public sector, we don't give it marks. They think you all go first class, you're eligible to apply to my companies. That's all about. We are going to perform it in the recruitment process. That's what the earlier speaker, Professor Venkataraman, was mentioning. How well you are able to perform in the group discussion interview, how well you are able to perform just one page by what your career objectives are. Very, very important. Unlike my generation, probably I'm senior to many of them. I'm at the age of 72. Most of the present generation, 90% of them are KG, UPG English. We come from local language and English. Lack of communication skills. What kind of transformation is it? We just throw the blame on TPOs, training and placement. We do soft training, good training, and what all training do we? It is a collective responsibility of entire faculty, not just keep you alone. We are just trying to zone the responsibilities. How seriously we evaluate those answers? I recall 2 years back, our students conducted a program on examination reforms. I don't know, for some reason they can't take it. They wanted me to come in morning and subsequently morning if you want, I can come in the afternoon. They said, okay. Then you will be the last speaker. I said, no problem. Last speaker, first speaker, then. I raised a fundamental question. Are you really conducting examinations? Your examinations are just tests. What is the most of this exam? Unit 1 question, unit 2 another question, unit 3 another question, and so on. The fellow reads 2 or 3 units and passes the exam without having comprehensive understanding of subject as a whole. Comprehensive understanding subject as a whole. Which are pieces? Today, I can tell you with confidence, 60% of the faculty doesn't know what the different test and exam is. And you will get angry and no problem. At this age, if I don't speak truth, then I'm based to exist in the world. Look at medical sciences, we say blood test and urine test. When it comes to body examination, all these organs are interconnected, not working independently. Are we looking at the totality of the subject? Comprehensive understanding subject. In all these professional courses, at the end of the 4th year, they do project work. Let me caution you, the day is not very far, all of you are going to get arrested by the police. Sorry, most of the projects are download, copy, cut, paste, or bought from, I think I'll not speak more than that. And we are signing, this project is done under my close guidance and supervision. Then you are responsible. Somebody filed a case on IPR, Copyright Act, then we will be behind the bars. How seriously working on? So, gross enrollment ratio to gross employability ratio, we're talking about it. The need of development is gross entrepreneurial ratio. Are we focusing on it? Entrepreneurship cannot happen just between 10 to 4. Sorry, not possible at all. I know, before o'clock, we shop, we close everything, it's just walk out. Look at any of the previous issues of this country like IITs or IIMs or 9% and so on. Their labs are never closed. Libraries never close. Students are serious. At least top 20% engineering colleges of this country, why can't they focus on these things? Why they are not there? Innovative ideas will not come just in the classroom morning to evening listening to us. No, it will not come. The need of the hour is innovate or evaporate. They don't need to. We claim we have institutions, innovation, confident of what innovation we are doing, with your respect to all of you. We say that we have entrepreneurial developments in our college, and so many hubs. Today, everybody is hub. People are using it. Then where is our output? Show me one college, engineering college. I visited 135 engineering colleges in the last 11 years. Plus others, medical colleges, agricultural colleges.
law colleges, Rotterman College, and so on. Not even one college brochure says our students are restricted campus when they come to entrepreneurs. Why? This is what transformation must happen. This is what the responsibility we must take it in transforming these young boys and girls. That is the need of the hour. We talk about skill building. What is skill building we are doing? We are only killing them. How seriously we are doing that? How seriously they can design, develop, test, and maintain it? Simple programs to learn when we sit on recruitment. I sit on some recruitment boards. We give them a small program, they're not able to write it. Except in the class, standard questions are there. Inverting a matrix, transpose a matrix, Keynote series, I don't know what all we have. That's all. And in here that should supply what? We somehow focus on covering only syntax of the programming language. It is not the programming language important. Problem solvability is much more important. Can they analyze the problem, understand what the problem is, build a solution? I can talk more on computer science because I'm a computer science. We talk about design and analysis of algorithms. How much of algorithm analysis is done and what kind of algorithms are used? Why they can they justify work whatever algorithm is chosen in the project work? Then what is the accountability? What is the responsibility? What is the kind of transformation we're talking about? What is the kind of data structures they are using? Why are they using it? Not yet. Earlier, I used to go as examiner in the late 90s for these labs. After having visited 2 years, I said, you know, it's a waste of my time. I used to go and tell them, okay, today's lab has so this thing, okay, I used to start writing a question paper. Sir, what is your writing? I'm writing a question paper. No, sir, these are 10 experiments they have done my student. One of them you are supposed to, for which why did you call me and waste my time? Do the randomization system can do activity. No need to call us. And after that, I wrote to JNU and Usmania. I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's a waste of my time. Then I used to go for this project evaluation. After another 2 years, I said, this is also a waste of my time. I don't want to waste my time on this. In the project presentation, the fellow prepares a PPT. In the PPT, neither power nor point is in. And the fellow writes paragraphs and paragraphs. The very object is it's only bullet points the question, not paragraphs and paragraphs. I used to tell him, give me that PPT, I can read better than you. Always college do talk about tech fest. Earlier used to was guest or judge or something like that. Now I say your tech fest is tech frustration. Because mostly what again paper presentations, nothing serious. And student thinks okay, fine, something is happening. And most important for them is informal events. Yeah, yes. If you feel wrong, you can question your hand over. How seriously working on it? I always tell the students, please don't waste your time in going to local colleges. क्योंकि हमें गली का दादा नहीं बनना, दिल्ली का दादा बन के खाना है. That's why you should work. You should aim at that kind of thing. क्या छोटा मोटा? What will you do? I'm a strong believer in interpreting each one of them with great lives. Are we willing to put in a little more efforts as parents and teachers? Little more efforts that can change their life. How many of us seriously train our students to be confident in my subject, what subject I'm teaching? My students should be confident to answer to their tutors. If a student is not able to answer questions in my subject, should he not feel ashamed? Should he not resign from the job? We don't bother. You talk to teachers, they tell you. With a great difficulty, they convince the recruiters to come and do the recruitment. Look at the feedback. Leaving top 10% of the college. That okay, fine. They are remaining. It was a coin. Sir, we bring a company and these people are not performing in the show. They don't even answer basics of each of the subjects. But people like have 80%, 90% marks. Mark would have called it. How much you are focusing on skill building? If you really want to do skill building, you need to keep your labs open beyond the college habits. Unless you do more and more practice of the law. Let's say pharmacy student. You should know if I mix 2 ml more, what happens? If I reduce 2 ml less, what happens? If I increase the temperature, what happens? All that you need to know. You need many field I can talk about it. Computer science graduates should be able to try different algorithms and see what happens. How seriously work on it? Cluster efficiency, are talking about it. Data management efficiency, are talking about it. Network efficiency, are talking about it. We talk about electrical engineering. I can keep on touching many branches. People doesn't even know name. One of my favorite questions is, name 3 major thermal power stations of your state. Very simple, straightforward. In Telangana, that fellow starts. Sir, Nagarjuna Sagar. Nagarjuna is a thermal power station. I don't know. He doesn't talk about NTPC, Ramagundam, the super thermal power station we have it. KDPS and so on. Coming to electronics and communication. Couple of my favorite questions. Name the biggest electronics industry in Telangana. Sir, is it Samsung? Where is that factory? I want to know. Oh no? Or maybe BEL. They don't know ECL, we have such a large enterprise in Hyderabad. They don't know. Then what is the bringing the responsibility? Power stations. What are the major thermal power stations in the country? What the kind of production happened last 10 years? What the kind of transmission loss happened? What kind of theft happened? How you can control the theft of the energy? Let me tell you, it will be shocking to know 40% of the amount we are paying excess because of transmission losses and theft of energy. Our bill, if you go to debt, only 60% we have to pay. We are paying for all that. So, theft of energy to be controlled by them, not by us. Transmission loss, they have to minimize it. Their job, all that they are putting in this. You need any branch of the government, including medical sciences. Now, coming to the heads of the institutions, what are the designation and principal, director? Some people even these days they are claiming director generals. Great, good. Let them be general only, not specializations. How seriously we want this money? I think in one of the college they called me to be expert for recruitment of a principal. I checked my diary, I said, so dates I'm free, you can come. So they said, okay, this date is okay for us. So then I went there and scheduled it. First thing I said, show me the advertisement. Is it as per the norms? Yeah, is as per the norms. Yes. They said they received 15 applications. After they have shortlisted five candidates are here to interview. Let's start. We have 2 experts out from outside and I was the senior most. So first candidate came in. They had initially asked some questions. The other expert has asked some questions. They looked at, is there any questions? No, thank you. Second candidate came in, same drama went on. Again asked me, no questions. I said, please stop this interviews. This is not your principal to recruit. What is that? I said, take out the last 3 years annual reports or 5 years annual reports of a college, give it to them. Let them go to a homework and come into the presentation how they can take this institution to the next level in the next 3 years. Perspective planning. Let them do homework. Give them 15 days time, pay them travel because they came all the way here. And out of 5, only 3 came back. What are the reasons the other 2 did not? They presented a plan. One of the candidates' plan was very good. I said, can you give me commitment in writing, not oral presentations? He said, yes. What is the commitment he made? He is able to show us 60 to 70% results of that. That's how principal to be protein. Are we protein? We just look at it. You need to have vision. You need to see how you can take the institution to the next levels. Coming to the faculty recruitment, how we are doing it? Again, standard qualifications as per the norms of the university or AICT or UGC or whatever it is. Then that fellow comes a demo class and that's all. Is it all? For me, qualification is only one part of it. Competence and commitment is much more important. What is the level of competency? What is the depth of the subject he has learned? And what is the commitment? Don't interpret in terms of film industry commitment. I'm not asking that commitment. Commitment to the profession what you're taking up. Highly responsible position, teaching professions. That's why we are standing in third place. Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. We need to stand up that value systems. Today, for some reason, engineering college be expanded computer science. Now, so many branches of CSC, they are most of the colleges, they close all of the branches. Yeah, I know, I can tell you the colleges. Or they have reduced the seats. Let me caution all computer science people. 5 years down the lane, I'm really worried what happened to computer science. We are producing excess with low quality. Overloading the bus. And civil mechanical demand is going to go and take it from me because the seats number of reduced and we need more people. How do we get it? Their demand will be more. Probably most of them will get government jobs. Repeated. So a lot of colleges close branches and even if they are there, they have reduced the seats. Tremendous shortage going to happen. Their demand will go. With so many CSC and allied branches, so many jobs. Who said so many jobs? We're all introducing a lot of new courses from time to time. I don't want to get into details further, but still I can share some of them. When university decided to launch BTech in AI, because we don't understand, we want automation. I said, please give permission only to the 5 or 10 colleges to begin with. Maybe after a year or two, we can reveal the situation, we can think about the many colleges. To my shock and surprise, all the colleges are going to be taken AI. Where are the faculty to teach these subjects? I taught this subject of AI way back in 79, 80, 81. Our goal is more confined to R&D, it is commercial. So everybody talks about AI. Where are the faculty? Are we really investing on faculty? Okay, for some reason, no, we could not do that, but we recruited somebody. What's the amount of training we are giving to these faculty to be ready to go and handle the classes of these new subjects that are coming up? Yeah, blockchain technology, so many things, cyber security, so many things we keep up on that. Data analytics, business analytics, so many things we talk about. Why we are not owning the responsibility? As academic administrators. So time is over 5 minutes before you tell me, otherwise I can go on a creative plan. I don't know whether they are ready. Why we are not doing this as academic administrators? For some reason, yes, the experts are not available in the market, so you recruit somebody. Then why don't you train these people? Conduct a 3 months rigorous training program for these new faculty and then put them in the class. No, just walk into class. The fellow just reads from the book and he vomits in the class and so on. At the end of the semester is over. Some exam is completely passed on to you, and then fellow comes in the market. We get AI. What AI is now? What data science? What's that? He doesn't even know what's it. So the academic administrators like principal and director, including dean and HOD, should look into these issues. It should be important. You can't just do one day program, 2 day program, and say 3 months rigorous training. That's where I did tell the AICT or UGC or all these regulatory bodies, they should own the responsibility of conducting such serious programs, series of programs. Not just doing short-term course, refresher course, no. Refresher course, I know, it will come. Oh, I have it. So no. Madam, they want me to listen for 8 o'clock. Okay. So, friends, you need, anyway, let me conclude because there's a time we need to respect the organizers also, we can't go on. So, you need to have leadership qualities. Leadership must be with vision, you need to have it, and make that vision a reality is what you need to focus on. Dr. Kalam is talking about Vision 2020. Today, we're all talking about Vision 2040. How long will we keep on listening? India is a developing country, can't we transform this country as a developed nation? Don't underestimate India's capabilities. India has done wonders. We have built the world's highest railway bridge connecting two mountains with Indian brains, Indian technology. Yeah. 600 crores with successful launch Chandrayaan. 2,000 crores US are failed in launching Chandrayaan. I can give umpteen number of examples. You name any field like to talk about. World's first university we had in India, where the concept of Gurukulas. Before Lord Macaulay came in, we had 7,32,000 Gurukulas in this country. Each village had a Gurukula. For 10 to 12 years, 15 years, the children going there and learning about mathematics, astronomy, physics, including soft skills, everything was learned. That's kids. And Lord Macaulay is the one who killed our education, brought in modern education. This education is only 10 to 4, 9 years old. One of the college in Kadapa has asked me to come and study their college and give some ideas. They said, can you come for a day? I said, I'll come for 3 days. 1 day is too small to think about. I was there for 3 days, interact with the students, interact with faculty, interact with the management, and going around seeing the facilities. I said, this college is a wonderful facility. 50% students are on-campus hostels. 80% students are within 5 kilometers radius. Almost equal percent, 80% of the faculty is within 5 kilometers radius. 20 faculties on quarters on campus. It's a beautiful thing. Why don't you use it? Labs are closed at 4, library is closed at 4. Why? I said, instead of asking every faculty to report in the morning 10 o'clock, why don't you ask some faculty to come at 12 noon and stay up till 6 o'clock? So I'm not increasing the number of hours. And those who are staying on campus quarters, why don't you ask them to work for 6 to 8, for which you pay them some token amount of hour? I don't want anybody to work for free. Mostly I found they're all young faculty who are staying on campus quarters. Good for them, they can also and keep the labs in. The day when even they were proudly saying our students get 2.5 to 4 lakhs per packet. So I said 2.5 lakhs is peanuts. All of you know there's only CTC. To hand maybe 12 to 15,000 they get maximum. And posting in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta, minimum 10,000 rupees room rent gap, minimum 5,000 rupees honey pinning, then what is left over? No, this is not going to happen. You need to aim at 40 lakhs the minimum per package. Work for it. I gave a lot of ideas. They are working on it. They are able to show some improvement, but coordinated can't do it. Now the labs are open at 8 o'clock, not for you. Students are able to sit there working. Not expect everybody to be there. At least when started 20, 30% now slowly increasing. More students are trying different practicals. They're able to gain more confidence. This is what the point. With these two thoughts, I'd like to conclude. I'd like to thank Professor Nasim for giving me the chance to share my knowledge. I didn't have time to prepare even PPT. I just walked in and started talking. Any questions, most welcome. I hope I have 2 minutes time for the questions, okay? Please so kind to give me 2 minutes. Ball is in your court. If no questions, I have plenty of questions. Be ready for it. I can see lot of no faces, some people see there. If no questions, I can thank all of you. Thanks to the organization. One of the
ల్యాప్టాప్ కింద ఉందా? టీ బ్రేక్ ఉంది సార్ ఇప్పుడు. టీ బ్రేక్ సార్ రెడీ మందనే ఉండు. మందనే ఉండు.
Please come back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Break.
Right change the I change the point.
ఫోటోస్ మనం చేసుకుంటాం. This is the list.
ఏం చేయాలి ఈ స్టోరీ కానీ టైంకి నిద్ర వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఫోటో చేసే కారణం కూడా ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. ఏ టైంలో గంట సేపు ఆగలేదు. సైకోవడం నేను స్టూడెంట్ అన్నా. ఏంటి నేను ఇంకా సెకండ్ నా క్లబ్ ఫోటోగ్రఫీలో
Sir, session.
మళ్ళీ షో చేస్తుంది. అసలు కెమెరాస్ మంచిగా లేదు. అవును బాబు సార్. రైట్ చేంజర్ అండి. ఓకే
Speaker.
You don't know who's been who. You do not size pick up. You understood? You should take this separate. Take that separate, take up the file. Because I know that I think them. The 5 people are 500. That nobody will. Only of this or that. They don't contribute to the position. But you just can't relate.
అంటాడు అంత చేశాను.
Yeah.
పడితే రింగ్ ఉంటాయి. క్లాసెస్ ఈసీ వాళ్ళకి
సరే రికార్డింగ్
What the recording of this only batting.
బాగా ఆర్డర్ చేసా కానీ
Okay.
వస్తుంది మేడం. Project problem. Lagot sir. అక్కడ రాదు. ఇక్కడ చేయండి.
And you also wisdom before and advice for the very mountain.
హలో ఏం ఎక్కిస్తాను
ఏంటి
ఇప్పుడు ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఫామ్ బెటర్
అది అసలు మళ్ళీ ఆన్ చేయడం వస్తుందా? మొబైల్ రెడీ చేసి పెట్టేసండి ఇంకా జనగణం
మొబైల్ జనగణమన ఫ్లాగ్ వెనకాల డిస్ప్లే అవ్వాలి.
It's time to collect
నేను
your
ప్రతిభావం మెసేజ్ చేశాను ఫ్లాగ్ వెనకాల వచ్చేలా పెట్టు.
3 to 4 delegates to please come onto the dais and give your feedback. And the others, I request you to QR code that is placed on either side of the seating arrangement and please provide the feedback. Yeah, the QR code is available on the pillar, that's please.
అది అందరూ
ఎందుకు
Good evening, sir, and myself, Professor Meenak Reddy, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Sri Engineering College, Kannur. And today, next excellent speakers for excellent deliverables. You have a good experience. I have got to Pulangi College 2000, and still, while I am teaching thermodynamics and thermal engineering, I think mechanical faculty knows, and still some students are sleeping in the class. I have a 27 years experience, but I am unable to motivate them. So today, our inputs, how to handle with them. So thank you for the excellent speakers for this nice presentations. At the same time, finally, I thank management of CBIT, principal sir, and organizing committee, our CDC committee sir, and everyone. I thank one and all. Thank you for your good hospitality also. Thank you one and all.
ఇంకా చెప్తాను లేదు ప్రాబ్లం చిరాకు వస్తుంది.
This is RK. I work with the CBIT and the kind of a program. I can just tell you very quickly. You are foundation అనుకోండి ఇవ్వకుండా ఒక 6 నెలల తర్వాత పంట వస్తుంది. అది మనకి 2-3 ఏళ్ళే ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. తర్వాత పాడైపోతుంది ఎంత పంట పండినా. అదే లీడర్షిప్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనుకోండి. అది పంట ఏంటంటే 100 years కి 100 years, 150 years. Such a noble program has been taken up by the CBIT. Thank you so much for this kind of a leadership program. I think we need many such things for the 2047 to be the global leader and all the other friends. Thank you so much. Thank you.
వద్దు ఏమొద్దు డాడీ నాకు ల్యాప్టాప్ పర్లేదు.
Today's World Day is National Leadership Summit on the academic and administrative leadership in higher education and education was really wonderful. I would like to say the speakers, rather than speakers, I would like to say these resource people because they have taught us and they have died on many things. So the speakers offered a balanced blend of policies perspective, practical strategies, case studies, insights, which made the session highly relevant and applicable. I sincerely appreciate the organizer and speakers for creating such a wonderful and great platform. Thank you all.
Yeah, please. Anyone? Really, I thank you very much for CBIT institution So today, one day national leadership summit is amazing. It's really Professor Venkatramani sir, Professor IAM Lucknow has delivered a wonderful lecture about transformational leadership in the digital era, the present young generation, how to transform that. It is a wonderful thing. The real examples has given like a case studies. Other than all the resource persons given a valuable sessions, really, I'm from Srinivas Institute of Technical Management Studies. There are more than 100 village work background students are there. This inputs I will improve in my college and develop in a good nation builders in the industry. Thank you for the job. It is Chikur sir, former TPP chairman, architecture manager. Thanks.
Good afternoon, sir. Today's session is all the lectures are wonderful. So, in this session, sir, a very important innovative is, I'm sure it's very soon, sir, but my age is different. Our resource person is different, but all the resource persons, their class will be like a youngsters of 21, 22 years of the student. So that is the excellent result. Even though all the classes are one fine day or today or tomorrow, they are moral functions and they have more ethics and they have more professionalism also in there. But even though in our faculty members and junior faculty members, we have followed, but you are given good lectures for us, sir. You are inspiring to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So this is Dr. J. Ranga from Ramchandra College of Engineering, Dean Arani, and my colleague also here, Dr. K. Chandrajugal, Dean Placements, Ramchandra College of Engineering, Yellow, Andhra Pradesh, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, very good evening to one and all. My name is Tirumala is 7 years being with me. I'm very happy to be here and I spent quite a lot of years, around 25 years in corporate world. I do a lot of bilingual work in corporate world. But I'm very happy to be in the midst of academicians today. And I have really picked some nuggets of learning today. I think, in the morning there was a presentation talking about pedagogy to anthropology. And what is trending in the corporate world is all about, facilitation, which was mentioned here. Even before we enter into the rooms, what we do is co-creating the agenda and co-creating the content. So we become content neutral while being there, while executing it. The context is that, harvesting the group wisdom. I think, today's generation is so smart, they have access to AI, so and many other things. So how do we need to harvest the wisdom? And we had a system called flip method of teaching, flip method. All of you are familiar with that word. So I think somewhere we need to see how we can really move from teaching or preaching to facilitating, particularly in the senior academic institutions. And another thing, today we talk about the reskilling, upskilling first, and then reskilling and cross-skilling. And if we are not doing any of these three, maybe we are getting outdated or obsolete. Another thing which I learned here today is igniting passion, particularly towards becoming curious in the students. What I realized is that learning should be a joyful experience. The students should feel that learning should be a joyful experience. The moment if you can really instill the thought that this is joyful, probably they will be eternal learners. So we have to see whether we simply become more cognitive syllabus and go on cover syllabus, or we will help them discover some of themselves. We are not here to cover syllabus, we are here to help them discover. Probably the partnership will help us to see different perspectives around this. And last but not least, I think talk about empathy, emotional intelligence. What is very important is the last point I want to close and leave you with this thought. Creating psychological safety in the classrooms. If the student feels psychologically safe, they will learn from us. If any amount of threat or anxiety sets in, they stop learning from us. So on this note, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Wonderful being here. Thank you one and all. How do you like yourself? How many people ask? How do you like yourself? You ఎంతమంది మిమ్మల్ని ఇష్టపడతారు లేదు చేసుకోవాలి ఎప్పుడైనా అప్పుడు గ్లాసులు అలా కొట్టుకోండి ఇలా కొట్టుకోండి చూడండి ఏం చేస్తున్నారు మీరు ఎలా మెచ్చుకోరు మమ్మల్ని మెచ్చుకుంటాం. So try to see, I want to give the message is stay self-motivated.
If you are not motivated yourself, you can't really excel in the job. Thank you once again. Good evening, ma'am. From Lakshmi Baladi College of Engineering, Mailavaram, Andhra Pradesh. And one day, National University excellently organized, and you have unique professors, and mainly Karnataka and Professor Karnataka given modern approach of leadership, and Prasad has given classical approach of the leadership. All the Indian professors, research professors mentioned only one thing. So let me start four basic cognitive levels of the Eclipse taxonomy. As academic leaders, we need to focus on more of the creativity and evaluation. So we need to bring creators from our institutions, not just engineers. So giving wonderful message from this one day workshop is very useful, and to all my students for my colleagues. Thank you.
All your participants, please stay back. In the group photo also we have. Please, they are requesting to stay back. Just only 2 minutes.
I thank all the delegates for the valuable feedback. As all good things come to an end, so does this intellectually stimulating summit. Now it is time to express our gratitude. I invite Dr. G.N.R. Prasad sir, PRO CBIT, coordinator of the summit, to propose the vote of thanks.
I'm privileged to say a vote of thanks on behalf of all the staff members of CBIT and the lab from the management, respected institutional resource persons, respected management, representatives from various institutions, distinguished staff members from participating institutions, respected management of CBIT, Principal Senior Sumugaru, Dr. Dev Vilan, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to all of you. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this remarkable occasion of the one-day National Leadership Summit on academic and administrative leadership in higher education institutions, for which to good governance, accountability, responsibility, and role clarity. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the management of representatives of various institutions from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and Bihar for their gracious presence and encouragement toward academic leadership initiatives. I sincerely thank to the faculty members and staff from participating institutions for their active involvement and valuable contributions that enrich today's deliberations. I express my deep gratitude to the management of CBIT for their unwavering support and visionary leadership in organizing prestigious national level summits. We are proud to share that more than 120 external delegates from the Bihar, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, as well as AP, and more than 60 from CBIT. And also from the industries like TCS, Infosys, Capgemini, ITC, MSN, Burhat Biotech, Adversity Technologies, 5 data solutions. I convey our profound thanks to our honorable chief guest, Sri Prasanta Mahapatra, IAS, retired, for his inspiring keynote address and invaluable insights on governance and accountability in higher education. I sincerely appreciate our distinguished resource persons, Dr. K. Karnakar, Professor C.S. Prasad Garu, Professor S. Venkatramani Garu, Professor M. Sai Kumar Garu, as well as Major General Dr. S.S. Rastagani. Your expert sessions on student learning outcomes, quality assurance, transformational leadership, accountability, and academic management are significantly enriching this summit. I extend special thanks to our respected principal, Sri Garu, for highlighting the remarkable development at CBIT for this continuous encouragement. My sincere gratitude also goes to Karan Reddy Garu for clearly outlining the expected outcomes of the summit and emphasizing the importance of strengthening governance frameworks and leadership clarity in higher education institutions. I acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, faculty coordinators, technical team, student volunteers, and support staff whose tireless work ensured the smooth and successful conduct of this event. Finally, I thank each and all of you for being part of this significant academic gathering and contributing to its grand success. Let us carry forward today's insight and continue striving for excellence in academic and administrative leadership. Thank you, one and all. And what the word said is a brief until you write it down, then it becomes full. Thank you very much, sir, everyone. So now is the time to respect our country. Next time. Good photo. Good photo.